And we'll start with our roll call. Laura Snow here. Christopher Eagle Bear. Todd Bearshield. Boston Cowboy Wright. Stanley Woodknife Jr.
Oh.
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear. Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Radingley.
Oh.
Charles Ray Jr. William Marshall. Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Belandra. Alvin Bearhill Sr. Sherry Wright Plank. Evelyn Wilcox. Here. Lila Kildensight. Michael Bolton Sr. William Kindle.
Here.
Ben Black Bear III.
Oh.
Marion Little Thunder. Here. And present. Yep.
We only have 10, we don't have a quorum yet. So before we start, once we have a quorum in place.
Looks like you got a quorum now.
Now we have another one.
Sherry Wright Plank. Here. Now we have one. Only 2 minutes late.
Start the meeting with the prayer from Russell.
Okay. I've been asked to say a prayer, but we also have a father from
Edmund. Father Edmund.
Father Edmund here. Really impressed with him because he's culturally sound. And look at me, I don't even have a shirt on. He's here to pray with us, and I think we've been involved in many prayers over in Irish side, and now you're here. Share that with you, but I'm going to say a prayer in our first language and ask for good guidance from Creator and give us some thought to be able to understand that thought and to realize what we're doing and why we're doing things, and to ask for what to be able to at least have that compassion coming back to us. That's going to be my prayer in my language, so bear with me. Oya kukashila na akantu kune. Wota kwe umocha tayompi kwa mwael. Ya uminiche mwael taku hovi yampi ktaunka. Woyikta. Woapeleze. Wokasnete. Na woa wala onichila pelo. Takone takus na ikopja ungina lipi oak wajati chetja week was te we have to hit. Na ja taku akia pite kilena wo ki taku oak wokasne de wo ki we have pite na bet kila. Ja hošel kila po. Oh, Father, you want to come up and say a prayer for our leadership here today?
Habitat But watch day. And they watch day now we use a bello.
No.
Wochiki Wawa Jin Tanka. Oyatiki Owi Chakiapo. Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Madam President, Vice President, respected the tribal council members, relatives present here, and those who are joining us online. I come here today with good heart to pray with all of you. Today in the church we begin a very beautiful season of Lent, season of spiritual spring. Next 40 days we remember Jesus' Hamletcha, where he fasted and prayed, and then later on plunged into action of serving his people, healing people, finding the lost. And I thought, we cannot spend the time than this morning And so I come here with a good heart to pray for all of you, because you are the heartbeat of our nation here. Whatever you do affects everything that we do for our people. And so those of you who are in the church would know me, but please, I want to assure you today that the one prayer, the one intention that I always pray every day at Mass, apart from many, is to pray for you. Because your decisions are life-giving. So today I'm going to pray in a very special way to God to give you the wisdom that God gave to Solomon that changed history forever. I want to pray for the same wisdom for all of you today, so that God be with you in your decision making, so that your decision makings are wise like our visionary chiefs who protected our people. And so that under your able leadership, our Oyate may join hands together and we move forward, bringing about healing, prosperity, and all the blessings that we're in need of. And so we pray, Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Holy God, Creator God, Giver of every good things, we thank you for this auspicious day, the day on which we remember Jesus' salvation. As one family, we have gathered here with all our people, lift up our heart and mind to you to bless all of us. Help us to walk this red road with a big heart, carry each other in love, in friendship, and also as good relatives, so that we have that one mind and heart beating for each other, good times and bad times, sharing as one family, building a better community. And today, I want to very especially pray for all the council members. Lord, you give them the wisdom that you gave to Solomon. Be with them in their decision makings. Give them the vision that they need. Give them the strength and the will that they need, so that, guided by your wisdom, like our forefathers, our great chiefs, they may take great decisions, tough decisions, wise decisions that are life-giving. Give them the spirit of unity, so that they may, in return, teach our Oyate how to unite in mind and heart, in spite of our differences at times, because we are different, we are many. Lord, we ask you, not just today, but every day, may this house be always a house of wisdom, a house of strength, and a house of hope, so that everything that comes out from here impacts our entire Oyate and give us the blessing, the transformation, hope that we are in need of. And I make all these prayers and more through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. May Almighty God bless all of you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And if you allow me to wrap up my prayer, as part of my prayer, I've got a couple of requests to place before you here. And that is, we are all very prayerful people. Our ancestors are known for their spiritual life. And so, let us all together, at home, at work, wherever, spread this message of, challenging, inviting, encouraging our people to pray more. Because only prayer, the power of prayer can defeat, together with all our good efforts, the power of evil that is out there to destroy our communities, to destroy, lives, to misguide young people, to sow the seeds of division and hatred. So let us pray more than ever. Let us pray more than ever, because we really need the power of prayer. And prayer, as we know, is powerful. And secondly, every time I pass through Mission Town, it always reminds me when I see those abandoned structures, buildings, which once upon a time was, very successful business centers. Maybe we can really encourage local entrepreneur, local business, because that's how our community will develop. And finally, looking ahead, I have a great desire of starting a prayer park for healing somewhere here in Rosebud. I will keep in touch with the Rosebud community leadership, then probably come forward to you later on for your permission to give us the land. It will be under the community, Rosebud community, because that is the heart of our community, and it'll be very ideal place because power ground, everything else around there. So my hope is that, eventually, when the park is made a reality, all of us can go there, sit down, relax, family can come and pray and get the kind of healing, rejuvenation that they're in need of. And this is going to be by everybody. Once the project is finalized, I'm going to send out an invitation to everybody to come and donate plants, trees, benches in memory of your loved ones or whatever, so that it becomes our Oyate kind of effort, which is for our people for long years to come. We need a place to pray, relax, and heal. And that is one of my great desires, and as we go forward and identify the location, we will come back to you for your guidance and for your support and encouragement. Yes. And being Ash Wednesday, those of you who would like to receive the ashes, I can bless you. You can sit wherever you are, stand wherever you just raise your hands. I can give it to you.
The trouble. Hi, Grandma.
Whoopie line.
This is very dear to me. This
I
has
need a
become my
pen.
uniform. This is one family. I love this. So, good day.
Nicely.
Yes.
Really long time.
I know.
I was like, is there onion today?
Need requests to be excused. Does anybody need to be excused today? Ben? At noon? Anyone else need to be excused? Anyone else?
I got Wayne Fredericks and Alvin Berryhills, both all day. These ones that need to be excused in the morning are Augustine, Todd, Emily. For the morning, they'll be here by the afternoon. And then Charles and Christopher and Mike are all running late. They'll be here soon.
Out of order over there.
Motion to approve. Ben, second, Michelle. Question, totes, all in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Motion carried. So who do we have on the agenda today? Nobody?
Finish the report.
So until that meeting last week was recessed until today. And go ahead, Royal.
Before we get started, Madam Chair, I want to entertain some motions. There's a Lakota meeting Friday at 9 a.m. and I would like all fluent speakers who work within our tribal programs to allow them to attend that. It's on the language, and then also for Koya and KNI to broadcast that, so that those who don't have the gas money or the means of transportation to be there to hear what they have to say. So I'll make that motion for fluent speakers and Koya and KNI to attend that meeting at the child care building, the new child care building.
Motion by Royal, do I have a second? Marianne, question, Ben, all in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Loyal.
Thank you, Royal. So for today's agenda, I'm told that we recessed until today in order to finish the reports. And the paper I have in front of me states that we left off at communities being next. Does anyone have anything from the communities?
We run a health board.
We're on health board? Ben?
Yeah, we left off on health board, and we do have a lot of resolutions from health board that needs to get addressed and brought up as soon as possible. So if we can start off with that.
All right, we'll start off with the health board. Do you have your resolutions?
They're in there.
They're in your binders.
She also has some that she needs to check out also. Madam Chair.
Yes, Ben.
Also, there was some, I guess, questions on the ratified resolutions. The ratified resolutions that came through a health board. There was a group that was kind of pulled out and then wanted to get some clarification on that, I think. So I don't have my agenda with me. I know that was one of the things that was on that ratification and also the resolution list. I think it was like
There's four of them.
Four of them, yeah.
Four of them,
So we
yeah.
just want some clarification on that and then for ratification purposes and stuff. And yeah, I was kind of confused too, because we were reading in all the ratified resolutions, but I guess that was the reason too. So, but that was just clarification from our last meeting. So, FY.
So you need explanations from Skyla on those?
Yeah, that's what the council had last time before, but
There was, they have attachments, so I got the attachments. So first,
Skyla, do you want to start with those ratifications and so we can get that out of the way?
Are you having of our agendas from last week that we could look at? Like, I think I left mine.
this is that first ratification, 2024-330.
The council agenda or this report?
The council agenda.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Madam Chair, sorry, I just found my, resolutions for approval, and it was, 2025-330, all the way down to 2025-333. Those are the, Health Board Administration ratified resolutions that needed to be clarification. And also, I think they needed attachments, so, Skylar Health Admin Director did bring those attachments with them. And-
It was 30,
Yeah, about 33, yeah. Madam Chair. I'm gonna request for, if there's no objections, for Dr. Toby to actually explain a lot of these resolutions, because he's the one that has more information on it, so if there's no objections, I'd have him read it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much. My name's.
Do you want to come up front, please?
Yes. Good morning to the council and to everybody assembled here and to everybody listening. My name is Matt Toby. I'm an internal medicine doctor who's had the privilege to work here in Rosebud since 2012. At that time, the health director, Ms. Charlie Archambault, at the time, had requested partnership services from a teaching hospital in Boston. And so in 2016, we set up a staffing program at the local IHS hospital with teaching hospital doctors that sometimes are called Boston doctors. And in 2017, the president at the time requested our assistance with grant programs with the health administration. So since 2017, now almost 10 years, we've been helping with grant applications and grant administration to support the fantastic health administration team that oversees the grants. So I've been asked just now to briefly recap these ratification requests. There's 2025-330 through 33. So would it be best to read the full text or just summarize the?
Do you want him to read the whole thing, or is a summary okay, Ben?
I was gonna suggest I was concerned when they were reading in the ratified ones, because they already went through, but there was just clarification on some of them, so I guess just a brief overview, because we do have.
Thank you so much, sir. So the first is regarding subcontracts on a grant from the federal government, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. So in 2025, the federal government did not put out many grants, but it did put out a hepatitis C virus elimination effort. And HHS set aside 5 of these grants per tribe. And so the Health Administration applied for that opportunity and was funded with $1.2 million a year for 2 years to work to eliminate hepatitis C in the community. Hepatitis C virus, unfortunately, has become very common here since COVID. The rates have doubled in Todd County since that time, according to the state data. So this is an opportunity to fight back against that outbreak and to get hepatitis C under better control here. In order for this program to happen, there'll need to be some support from outside the health administration. So of the $1.25 million a year, A total of about 600,000 of that has been assigned to subcontracts. Part of it is with my organization to provide physician services, manage the entire treatment, essentially, of all the patients with Hep C. And then there's also a subcontract set aside for a phlebotomist to come and help draw blood in the communities. And that would be through another firm, such as Rapid Tense, which is currently contracted for different services. So this first resolution approved those subcontracts. The grant had been separately approved through a separate resolution. So I'll pause there. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Did we already receive all this and is it already in motion? I see some of them have already been going out into the communities, which is good, and getting the word out there, but this is already in motion, correct?
Yeah, we're doing it
The
for free.
people are already hired.
No one's been hired on this grant. There's been no fund set up through the finance office yet.
Okay,
So everything, we do things for free if there's no money. So.
because I see them at all events promoting all this and having the information out. Thank you.
Brian?
Yeah, how is that spread, the hepatitis C?
It's, thank you, Mr. Yellowhawk. It's through blood-to-blood contact primarily, so that's using informal tattoos or sharing needles. So by far the most common issue is drug use that transmits methamphetamine, and that also makes it difficult to eliminate. The same folks often are not coming in for routine healthcare. So this grant is specifically designed to go at these, meet people where they're at and try to get them the pills to eliminate this infection.
I have a question.
Have you guys seen the rise in hepatitis since we've had the drug use with the needles and everything, with people sharing? Do you have any numbers as far as how much we've increased with hepatitis right now?
Yeah, on the 6th page of the handout, it shows the Todd County rate since 2015. And so it used to be near the state average or closer to it at about 200 per 100,000 people diagnosed each year. And now it's more like 800 per 100,000. It's the highest rate. It's among the highest in the state, unfortunately.
And it is in our packet, but I'd like for the listeners, for the people to know, because they don't often get to see all this information that we do. So I just like them to know that, yes, our numbers are really high. Because
This information, which I'd be happy to share with anyone interested, is directly from the state infectious disease website. They have a dashboard you can pull this information from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for raising it. I know we just had kind of this out. I don't expect anyone to
Right.
the whole thing. Thank you so much.
Ben?
Oh, Madam Chair, thank you. I guess just to clarify too, I think for listeners, also people here, that there was questions on the position resolutions for health board on these things, and again too, if it did come through committee, which it didn't, that we would have been able to answer a lot of these questions. But at the same time too, we have been clear to put it on the air, our committee meetings, so I do believe they'll get a lot more insight once we do that. But right now, just for clarifications, all these ratified ones, we just need some input on what's going on. Then I guess if you want to approve them or not, that's kind of where we're at right now. But thank you for
Thanks. Okay, I'll move to the next and we can always go back. This is actually the approval of that grant. Acceptance of 1.25 million each year from Health and Human Services for the 3-year hepatitis C virus alone. So we've already covered this one. And I'll move to 225-332. So one of the challenges that the health administration has faced is it has increased its services, like at the detox center, having the medical program back open, and having a lot of staffing needs, including for grants like hepatitis C, is that it's difficult to recruit and retain local staff to provide all these services. The only staffing firm that had been approved through council prior to this resolution is a staffing firm in Rapid City that's quite small. So we've reached out around the country to find other staffing solutions. And there's one that works in the region called Ware River that was recommended to me and this task force from some leadership in IHS that have since retired. And so this petition resolution went through approving the use of a new staffing agency to join to be the second step in the State Health Administration. And there'll be a separate resolution to approve any agreements with master services. And then the last is for one of the grants that the Health Administration has right now. It's from the Centers for Disease Control, and it's designed to allow tribes to develop health capacity to do things like treat hepatitis C virus or manage epidemics like COVID, whatever it may be. So the Health Administration is currently in year 3 of 5 of this program. That is, the goal of which is to become accredited as a public health authority. And so one of the groups that has been working around the reservation to run outreach clinics is through the AmeriCorps program. So AmeriCorps is it's essentially a youth volunteer program where has numerous pre-medical students out of college after their college years come to spend years working for running clinics and assisting the health administration. So this resolution approves using a portion of the funds from one grant, the public health grant, CDC, to pay for 2 of the AmeriCorps Vista positions this year.
With that, Ben, are you satisfied with the explanation?
Yeah, that's just what the council wanted to bring them in, and as long as we got them okay, and I guess for me, I would entertain a motion to approve those addition resolutions for approval.
For record, do you want to read in at least the numbers of each one?
I would entertain a motion to approve resolutions 2025-330, resolution 2025-331, resolution 2025-332, and resolution 2025-333.
Do you have a second? Layla, any discussion? Now I need a question. Votes, all in favor?
Twelve,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carries. Are you ready to start with the rest of your resolutions? Yep. All right, come on up and get started then. I need someone from Health Board to read these in.
Order, that's quiet.
Who's the Vice Chair of Health Board?
Madam Chair.
Can you read these in then?
Yes, definitely. I guess for me, I would again ask for the Dr. Toby to read these in, the clarification on these. It did come to Health Board. We were aware of what's going on and stuff. So again, just to have him clarify in case there's any questions, because Dr. Toby is the main guy to make sure he has understanding of what's going on. So there's no objections. I have Dr. Toby reading majority of these resolutions only because he has an understanding of it, and there's more insight that we had on Health Board. So, and he's here, and I'd rather use him. He's right. All right, thank you.
Are there any objections to Dr. Trilby reading them in? If not, go ahead, Dr. Trilby, you can start from the 4th round.
Thank you so much. I did college radio, so I'm prepared for this one. Thank you so much. Again, it's an honor to be here. I'll start by reading the resolution that was passed out, resolution number 2026-18. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is a federally recognized Indian tribe organized pursuant to the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is governed by a tribal council made up of elected representatives who act in accordance with the powers granted to it by its constitution and bylaws. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to promulgate and enforce ordinances for the maintenance of law and order and to safeguard the morals and general welfare of the tribe. Pursuant to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Constitution and Bylaws, Article 4, Sections 1, K, and N. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council enacted RST Ordinance 9305, establishing the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Health Board to develop and coordinate all health and service-related programs and to improve the health and housing conditions under which people live on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation. And the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is delegated to the RST for the duty and responsibility to review all non-tribal health human services upon the provision of human modification of health human services and or agreements with consultants and consulting firms with tribal council approval. And Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has enacted a OST resolution number 2025-128 to approve an amendment to the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, Public Law 93-638 contract for administering federal program services, functions, and activities for the SFAs to provide dental services at the former site in St. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration, LLC, has proposed a lease agreement with the St. Francis Mission right after Lessor 350 South Lake Street, St. Francis, South Dakota, with Sioux Tribe, land buildings, and all fixtures, real properties described as follows: the lease premises, clinic and auxiliary building located at 118 K Avenue, St. Francis, South Dakota, about 772, and guest houses located at 429 South Main Street, St. Francis, South Dakota, 57572. And whereas the term of the lease will be 365 days or 1 calendar year commencing on the date of signing and then 1 year from that date, unless sooner terminated or provided in the lease. The lease shall not carry over to the next calendar year without the requirement of a new lease upon written request of the CD and exceptions of the lessor. And whereas commencing on the term commencement date, the monthly rent shall be payable by monthly installments of advance or on the first day of the subsequent. Pay grace period for payment without penalty. The amount of rent and subsequent corresponding installments thereafter term and any subsequent term is as follows: occupancy $20 per square foot for a total of 2,070 square feet for a total annual monetary amount of $60,040. The total annual amount will be made in 12 monthly installments of $5.1166. Maintenance, furniture, security, and sanitation $20 per square foot for a total of same square footage. That annual monetary amount, total amount will be made in installments as identical to the one. Annual rent for both occupancy and maintenance is $120,280, and monthly installments of $10,023. Cost of water, sewer, waste, as well as electricity, swimming, ground maintenance, including the price per square foot. Whereas the lease premises may be used by the lessor for tenants exclusive and necessary carrying out a PFSA is under the lessee's contracts or contracts with the health service pursuant to public law 93-638 for no other purpose without the written consent of the lessor. Whereas, other than the gross negligence of willful misconduct of the lessor or its agents, lessee agrees to indemnify and save lesser harmless against any and all claims, demands, costs, and expenses, including some attorney fees arising from conduct or management of business conduct by the tenant, or from the breach or default on the part of the lessee in the performance of any covenant or agreement on the part of the lessee to be performed pursuant to the terms of the lease, or from any act or negligence of the lessee, its agents, contractors, suppliers, vendors, servants, employees, customers, communities, concession, mayors, or licensees, and their documents of the premises. Whereas nothing in this agreement shall be construed as waived, diminish, or otherwise affect the sovereign immunity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or its agents. Each party expressly retains all rights, privileges, and immunities afforded by federal or tribal law. Every party's waiver pursuant to the process suit is proceeding without written consent of any party invoking its sovereign immunity. Whereas lessee shall ensure that all use of the lease premises comply with applicable federal and tribal law and professional standards associated with the lessee's professional licenses. Whereas the agreement shall be governed and construed in accordance with the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, applicable federal law, and the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, state law only to the extent explicitly required by federal law or implicated by reference. Any dispute arising out of this agreement will be subject to the jurisdiction of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe first. Nothing in this agreement shall be deemed a waiver of sovereign immunity or consent to the jurisdiction of the courts. Whereas either party is to this agreement for cause of 3 days' notice, if the other party materially breaches any provision of this agreement, they'll secure the breach with a reasonable amount of time. The lease may be terminated by either party for case written notice by the other party. Whereas leases shall be in writing and either conveyed by electronic mail followed with a confirmation and delivered to the intended recipient sent by U.S. certified mail, return receipt to the intended recipient on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe at the address as follows. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RTP Health Board and authorizes and accepts lease agreement with the St. Francis Mission, grant to buildings and all fixtures, real properties described as follows of these premises. Clinic auxiliary building located at 118 East K Avenue, St. Francis, South, and guest house is located at 429 South Main Street, St. Francis, South. And be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the documents related to the lease agreement. And add contextual information. This was discussed at Health Board 2 weeks ago, at which time a request was made that the San Francisco Mission perform an inspection of the premises prior to final ratification of this petition resolution. And so that has been performed. Ms. Passworth spoke with the inspector this morning and with President Dakota, the president of the San Francisco Mission. And so it is now being presented to the councils for approval. Findings on the inspection, we understand, include some tiling of the floor that needs to be done. And the potential contractor needs to come and check all the materials on site.
That's a number?
2020,
You read a number?
it has a number which is 2026 18. I need a second and then I'll have discussion. Abby, sure.
I'll second it.
Oh, you second it?
Second for discussion.
Second by Sherry, discussion? Sure.
Thank you. I think, thank you for that, beautifully read in. I think that we should read these in because the procedure wasn't followed. We didn't get the motion, the second, and I was trying to, stop, Dr. Toby. However, it feels like this resolution is a lease in itself, like the lease is all inside the resolution, and then there's no lease attached. So I guess, I did ask Skyla if this went to Eric, and she said yes. So if Eric could come in and, oh, there he is. Is this, do you recommend us approving this way?
I reviewed it. I don't make recommendations on whether or not, or if you want a copy, I can get you a copy of the lease. I sent the electronic copy out. I attached a copy of the lease with it. So
Okay.
there should be one attached to the petition resolution because that's the way I sent it to the secretary's office. You know, give me a second. I can make the copies.
Yeah, there's no lease attached. Thank you. And
Have it.
council?
Yeah, Mr. Antoine, there was one with a copy I was reading. So
Okay, mine doesn't have
Yeah.
it. In council, I guess whenever we have resolutions, they're approving a document, and then this feels like the document is, I mean, it's a 4-page resolution, so, or 3 pages. So I'm not sure how you want to proceed. When Eric gets back, maybe he could give us some clarification on if we should just make some amendments to this to make it a little bit shorter and more readable. Thank you, council. That was just questions.
Any more discussion? Right.
Yeah, so you
know,
had somebody go over and, look at the building and do a report of, is there any, paperwork or anything from that, review or?
yeah, we understand from the, I think Ms. Passworth, do you want to, you spoke, inspector?
Yeah, so before we came down here, I kind of figured that would be a question, so I called Robbie and he said that they had an inspector and he gave me the inspector's name, but he didn't do the report, it was done on Friday. So he said he was gonna bring me the report before 11, but we came down here sooner, so, but there is an inspection report.
What is it?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. So, I guess the bigger part of this is that we were trying to get clarification on a lot of these petition resolutions that went through petition resolution wise. And I know at our meeting, we were trying to get a lot of clarification on a lot of the petitions already in there. And I want to say, I think we did table this, I believe, in committee. And it was pending whether or not, all this information came back. So our next meeting ain't till tomorrow for health board, but I don't know if that's a right way to go about this as far as like them coming with already the pre-inspection stuff and not coming through committee on this already. So we did ask those questions in the committee about, is the equipment good enough to continue on with what they're doing as far as dental, and then also the building itself, all these types of things were asked in the committee. And I want to say we did table it only to make sure that these things were taken care of. Because I believe the chairwoman at the time did say, Dr. Toby was there with his wife to look through everything and it seemed like it was okay. But we wanted clarification and we needed somebody that was going to be doing this. So that's the reason why we asked for it. But I do think that this might have been tabled. I got my notes and went through quite a bit of stuff. So does that sound right?
Yes, that's accurate. It was, I think the issue is we submitted a petition resolution. The last of the petition resolutions that had already gone through. So that's why I wound up here today.
Sherry?
Thank you. Is there a timeline on this? Are you guys on a deadline for this? And first I want to say thank you. Thank you for taking on that Delta Dental Clinic. I think that's really good. We found that out when we brought the job descriptions to Personnel Committee. It's going to be a really good opportunity for our people, especially with how hard it is to get into IHS Dental. So I just want to preface with that. Thank you for all your hard work on this. And I know we seem tedious sometimes, but these are historical documents and we want to make sure everything's attached. My colleague asked about an inspection report, if that could be attached. I would like to make a motion to table this until the 25th. To have our attorney make those changes with the lease, attach the lease, the inspection report, and bring it back to council on the 25th.
Yeah, that would be good because then in that way, whatever Ben's asking for, we give back to committee and then get their blessings and bring it back up to the floor again.
Right, well, I'll make a motion to table 2618.
Second? Phillips, question? Michelle, all in favor?
8, 9, 10, 11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
None?
We had 12.
Oh,
One not voting.
Yeah, those will.
We got 11.
All right,
Thank you, council.
your next one?
Yeah, we do have more Sheriff Birdie's resolutions. For me, I just want to say that I'm the vice sheriff for the health board. There was a time that I did leave at noon, and she brought a lot of these resolutions through there. So I'm not sure if they got okay through the committee. The chairwoman, she's not here, but she went through a lot of that stuff, and I missed pretty much everything that was going on. So I'm not sure if these were approved or if they were sent back up. There was a concern that I had with a lot of these resolutions not going through our in-house attorney to make sure that they're legitimate. And again, he has made it clear to us that he just makes sure that everything is in there. If there's some issues, he would I guess send it to Skylight to make sure that there were some issues. But if there's no issues on it, he wouldn't make any comments on it. So that's just my take on it. We do have quite a bit of them, but I don't know if I don't feel comfortable bringing these up as we. Again, health board has a lot of concerns. They're doing a lot of great things over there. We don't want to hamper the process, but we just want to make sure that it's done properly. Yeah. So I'm going to probably request that we probably wait until the 25th when we bring the rest of these resolutions that they're asking for, so we have clarification on it. Only because I'm not sure. I don't know a lot of questions that we have as far as what's coming up. There's great things that are doing, especially with the child playground. They did get a child playground, things to that effect. So there's a lot of things that they're doing, but just to do it the right way is what we're trying to do. So there's quite a few of them here. So I'm not sure, again, if they went through committee to get approval or not. So yeah, I'm just kind of stuck on it. So I don't know what direction we want to go as far as council. That would be my recommendation to wait until the 25th.
So all the rest of the resolutions for health board, you want to hold off until the 25th?
Yes, just so we can get it straightened out. I mean, because I don't know, again, we have health work tomorrow, and, obviously come through there, we'll be able to get them straightened out and make sure that they're okay.
Are any of those resolutions on a deadline?
Time sensitive?
Yeah, so we were just discussing, there's 3 that are time sensitive, but the rest will go back to health board tomorrow and then we'll bring them back again on the 25th.
So can you read them the 3, Ben?
Yeah, we could.
Is that okay, sir? I can't
Sure,
come back.
sure.
I've flown
You can't go, okay, that's fine, yeah. I'm not sure, again, we're trying to make these committees, as these committees need to be held accountable of what the programs are asking for, and we're all trying to make them come through, but the proper way. So that's kind of our struggle right now, but, you know, we want to thank them for doing everything they can, but I can read in the, ones that are time sensitive, is what we are.
This was, that's an amendment to, it's not gone through health board, but it is an amendment. It simply says 1.25 times 2 become 5 million. As requested. Right, no petition resolution, this is just to amend the prior one to say.
So clarification on this one, this is just a clarification for finance, Madam Chair. It's a resolution. It doesn't have a number on it yet.
I don't have it.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. What does it say?
Sorry, I got.
Hold on, yeah, he's gonna bring him up because he just gave me this one. Again, they go through committee. It's just time sensitive, so.
Somebody, I'm looking at what say A, B, and C.
That's another one. That's another one.
Those ones that we said are. Yeah, that went to the committee.
This is time sensitive.
Information here is what.
This one, the next one's same for you.
Yeah, so
So we're gonna switch it out. He's handing out the ones that are gonna be time sensitive right now. There's only gonna be, there's 2 of them now because he's gonna wait on these for them to go through committee. Again, we
so
are
is that
meeting
what he's
tomorrow.
handing out?
Yeah, that's what he's handing out right now, is the one that's gonna be time sensitive.
So the ones that are labeled A, B, C, are we doing the ones that are in our binder here also today?
No, he wanted to wait until the next meeting, so only the ones he's handing out right now are.
So the one that just got sent out right now, would be time sensitive, and that's the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Community Better Access to Health Services by Boston Doctor Team. That would be the one we are gonna be doing as time sensitive. Now, of course, these ones have not gone through committee either, but they're time sensitive.
This went through committee. This was
This went through
referred by
committee?
committee 2 weeks ago. It was referred out.
Okay.
These look like they did.
Yeah.
They have numbers.
We'll
That's
count
what I was trying to
them.
do before, because.
Okay, go ahead, yeah,
I wanted to say they all have numbers.
Yeah.
So you can see.
These ones that are in the
So is it the
packet,
A,
they
B,
have all
and C,
numbers.
Sherry?
Yes. 620, 26, 21, I think, and 22. Look how long they went through committee.
These ones
What's
have
the
been
binder?
in the binder for a while,
They've been in
for a
the
couple
binders.
weeks or longer. So we should address these ones that are already numbered also, that have been gone through committee.
This one is in the
These are all the ones in the packet.
They got oat milk on the corner, so you can tell they went through
Yeah,
committee.
went through the committee, yeah, these are the ones that actually went through at the committee. I left that early, and then that's where they're coming up on, so.
Maybe you should start with 26, 20.
Yeah, why don't you,
Okay.
could we just go through these since
Okay.
everybody
I
has
can
them?
help you if you need to.
Okay, so we'll just go through the ones in your packet.
Thank you.
Went through the ones in the packet, went through the committee already, so we didn't know that there's a lot that's coming through that are being pushed through right away, but the ones in the packet haven't gone through the committee, so we have approved those. So we'll just do those, do the packets, there should be, what,
There's 3. D doesn't have a number or a vote count on it, just the one that says A, B, and C. So 26, 20 then.
I don't even have it.
yeah, go ahead, straight in.
Okay. Motion motion to approve 2620.
Second, Michelle?
Thank you, Council. Board, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has established the Tribal Health Board Committee pursuant to RST Ordinance 8007 to operate with input from directors of tribal programs and tribal council members to develop and coordinate all aspects of tribal budget activities in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Constitution and bylaws. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration applied for Indian Health Service Tribal Management Grant for a 1-year plan self-determination efforts, dental and behavioral health care. Now, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has the opportunity to accept funding award grant D255IHS0511 through the Indian Health Services for $50,000 to plan self-determination efforts for dental and behavioral health care for the period of, there's a line through the period of the time frame.
What are the dates, Skylar?
We're missing up in
Dr. Toby?
They're on the
the back. See the first page on the back.
I don't know why they're struck out, they look accurate.
So that would be the period of
Yes.
8/20. So we're backdating to August? That, and maybe that's why it's crossed out? Should it be August 2026?
My still interests me.
Yep. Perfect.
This award was entered into to assist with the dental clinic at St. Francis. It was applied for in, it was awarded, I believe, retroactive. The award date was, I guess the award date says 7/28/2025, so perhaps it was awarded just a day before. But, okay. But yes, I mean, sometimes it's taken months to get these through the process, so you'll see in municipalities are backdated, there's a way, resolution could be amended to state today's date.
Today's date?
I'll make a motion, or I'll amend the resolution, just to say for dental and behavioral health care, and then strike all of that for the period of, and then the backup will say the times and dates, if council's okay with that. Yes, please. Okay, thank you. Therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accepts the one-year award of $50,000 for the Indian Health Services funding opportunity.
Any discussion? If there's no discussion, I need a question. Vote. All in favor?
Well, 13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Next one. Sherry, are you reading it?
It's been 1 to 2.
Yes, I do believe that number B. So again, this was tabled adding amendment, which was at sole source basis. That's what they wanted to add in there. If you're okay with that for that to be added in there, along with your motion to approve this resolution, then we could probably move forward with that too. So I'm just,
I'll read it in.
You can read it in as amended.
okay.
Motion for emergency sorry, I keep saying, yeah, it's emergency legislation, sorry, 2621.
It's got a number still. It just needs to be written as motion.
Okay, it just said DL on the side, so
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. Okay.
I need a second. Marion, go ahead.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Health Administration applied for an Indian Health Services Tribal Management Grant for a one-year grant to plan self-determination efforts for dental and behavioral health care. Just read this one? Oh, no, this is first. Sorry, guys. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Health Administration has been awarded $50,000 to plan self-determination efforts for dental and behavioral health care, strike out during the period of dates. And say concurrent with the grant conscription, concurrent with
The grant period.
Yeah. Whereas the CCR Consulting Inc. has expressed an interest in assisting Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration with planning and preparation for the self-determination efforts for dental and behavioral health care. Therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Health Administration to enter into a contractual agreement with CCR Consulting for $41,535 and of the 50,000 one-time funding from IHS Awards Number D255 IHS 0511 to help the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Administration conduct the planning grant.
Amending to include sole source.
Okay. And, council usually, Skyla Director Task Force, usually they have a justification in here, why there's a sole source. Could you explain to us why you're requesting sole source? Because the sole source is requesting us to change our procurement manual to amend it, and there needs to be justification. So if there's like specific reason.
Yes, it's okay. As you can tell, we didn't know exactly which resolutions were going to be considered this morning, for which you have both agreed to. For the CCR, it was recommended, we reached out to former leadership in the ISS who recommended this fund again. There's one of the former chief dental officers of the agency. It's contracted by this company, so we felt that's choice. They sent us a sole source justification. It's quite comprehensive. It's 3 pages long. And my understanding is that it was going to go back to Health Board tomorrow for discussion. So I actually have it printed out back at the Health Administration office. But not prepared for council this morning. So those are the circumstances under which this is being considered and whatever the council recommends.
So is it due to their experience in this field?
Yes, absolutely. They do 638
Yeah.
contacting. They were not related to prior efforts here, so it seemed like a good group to go to. None of us has any connection with them otherwise. It seemed, reliable, trustworthy.
Then do you guys want this to go back to Health Board, or do you, council, do you want?
It was discussed in the health board about going through with this as far as like going to get the dental program started over at St. Matt's Mission with the dental program, and then also possibly contracting, both with IHS Dental, so that way we can have a broad, what we can do to help with our people, tribal members. So that was one of the reasons why we did that. But we did ask them to go forward with this, and that's why we asked to discuss it on it. So we do feel it's important. We need to move forward with it. So it's something we discussed on it.
Second. I need a second. Lila, any discussion? No discussion, I need a question. Ben, all in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Next one, Sherry.
Motion to approve 2622.
Need a second? Schultz?
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration seeks comprehensive teams to focus on outreach, prevention, treatment, and recovery to address the opioid and overdose crisis. As we provide community support to increase access to treatment and harm reduction activities. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Social Detoxification Program and Methamphetamine Rehabilitation Program provides safe spaces for tribal members to detox and receive treatment for substance use. And whereas there are currently no sober living facilities for tribal members in recovery to have a safe, supportive, and culturally respectful environment that helps residents transition successfully from treatment or incarceration back to the Rosebud community. Do you want that to say Rosebud community, or should we just?
Or Rosebud Reservation.
Sorry, reservation. And whereas social services, whereas social, I can't read today. Whereas services provided at halfway houses are reimbursable through the South Dakota Department of Social Services and South Dakota Medicaid. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves plans for the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Health Administration to implement a tribal halfway house for tribal members completing substance use treatment to have a place to reside for sober living. Wow. Yay.
Any discussion? No discussion, I need a question.
As
Tammy?
amended.
As amended, Tammy, all in favor?
Thirteen,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Director. That's really gonna be an amazing thing for our people.
Yes.
That's it for the.
Is that it for health board?
Is
Yeah,
there this one for emergency
no,
legislation?
we're gonna wait for that.
One
Yeah.
of Boston doctors?
If you want to do it. He's only gonna be here for today, and he flew in to come in and actually help.
Flew in for the meeting, so he's here for today.
Yeah, so if you want him to produce it, that's something that they go through committee also, that was just something
Okay,
that's.
this Boston doctors one needs to go through committee,
Yep.
but it's not time sensitive?
The one that I passed out?
Yes.
It did go through committee and it is time sensitive,
Yep.
but
Okay.
it's up to you, Mr. Lane. You just asked by committee.
Yeah, I was ready for the committee
Is it-
already.
Okay.
There's no number on it. So, as emergency legislation?
Sure.
Yes.
Just for that.
Okay, motion for emergency legislation.
I need a second for emergency legislation. Ben, question? Lila, all in favor of emergency legislation?
Page 627.
Thirteen,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Motion carried. Motion to approve 2026-27, Sherry?
Yes.
Need a second? Ben? Go ahead, Sherry.
First, whereas, just kidding. Six. Oh, this whereas. Whereas the Boston Doctors or Massachusetts General Hospital team has an active MOU with the Rosebud Sioux tribe and has worked to provide clinical services and other health support to community in collaboration with RST Health Administration and other community programs since 2012. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe community, did I say community? Yeah. Rosebud Sioux tribe would prefer better access to health services. The Boston Doctors team is proposing to set up a home blood pressure care if funded as research proposal by the National Institute of Health, NIH, Native American Health Intervention Initiative, which requires a tribal resolution with very specific language in it, as highlighted in the attached document from NIH. Therefore, be it resolved that as regards to the proposal by Dr. Matthew Toby, in collaboration with the RST Health Administration, the MOU, to set up the home blood pressure care, the RST Health Administration agrees to participate as a partner in the project and will strongly support the project for its entire duration. Therefore, be it resolved further resolved that the timeline for the research abstract and manuscript review by the Sicango Oyate Research Review Board will be set at a deadline of 24 weeks as endorsed in an attached letter with the board's chair. With NIH funding, the Massachusetts General Hospital and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration will collaborate to set up a home blood pressure care program. This project could save a lot of hassle for PT members in the terms of transportation to the IHS and pharmacy clinic wait time.
Is there any discussion? Dr. Toby, would you like to explain what this is about so that the council knows what they're approving?
So, thank you again for having me here today. This is required by the NIH within the next few weeks, which is why I'm considering it right now. I took it through health board 2 weeks ago, at which time the health board discussed that, the home blood pressure services would be appreciated. Over the last 10 years of working here as a doctor at the IHS and with the health administration, I think one of the most challenging elements of healthcare here is that you have to go to the IHS pharmacy for every single medication. There's no way to get them mailed. There's no distribution into the communities. In other locations, like Alaska, they have like vending machines in the communities where you can just go and get your high blood pressure medicines out of a local vending machine. There's lots of other solutions that make it easier for people who live far away or have transportation barriers to get their medications and their healthcare. One of the best ways to get a new project funded in the U.S. is to go through the National Institutes of Health and propose to do something that's a community intervention. The NIH has it's called the Native American Health Education Initiative that provides these grants to work on this. So in response to the community's requests for better access to care through the years, I worked with a few doctors that came down, went out to a few communities, and they're experts in home blood pressure services. And so we wrote this up. And now the NIH does require a council resolution in order for the project to be considered for funding. So, so that's the summary. I'd be happy to talk more about it. All research must go through the newly authorized Sichango Yate Research Review Board, and this in no way constitutes any approval of the project for ethics or other research considerations. It's merely the endorsement that's required for the NIH to consider a project proposal.
With that, is there any questions?
I have an amendment to consider, Madam Chair, if nobody, before they question in case they want to object to it. It needs a therefore be it resolved. So the final.
The second page is not part of the resolution, it's only the first page.
Yeah. So on the second part, or on the second page, we'll scratch that whole top, remove those two paragraphs and end it with, therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration to enter into an MOA with Massachusetts General Hospital.
Okay, as amended. Phyllis, do you have a question, or are you questioning it? As amended, question by Totes, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Yes.
Is that it for health board?
It'll be for health board, Madam Chair. We do have a health board meeting tomorrow also too, so just FYI, and we'll be on the air for that.
Okay. Totes?
Carla, you have a lot of amazing things ahead for the people. Please make sure that you plan well. Don't put the cart before the horse. Because this involves, the wellness of the people. And with this coming up, be consistent with everything too, especially with everything that's planned, for the betterment of the people. But thank you for all this.
Is that it? Yep. Thank you. You want to shake hands, please? Tammy, we have. Pardon?
Yeah, we just did that last week before that.
Go ahead.
It could be.
Can you just put on air or give off from high blood pressure?
Thank you, Mr. Doctor. Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I apologize for all the confusion. Everything too, so we'll try to get this straightened out.
Tomorrow I'll be there.
Thank you. So much. Appreciate it.
Where did I go?
Once he gets it.
No.
It's just having to put it out there. So that's one of the reasons.
I got my old one.
Yeah.
Thank you, good one. Or that one that.
Give you a physical.
Thank you for being here, Doctor.
Right now, they are giving out blood pressure cuffs up to health admin for anybody that needs to go get one. Thank you.
health admin.
So if anyone needs one, they're giving them out up at health admin.
22. Oh, B or D? D, 22. There was, it had, two of them had 21, and then the next one was 22, and that's D.
Yes, yeah. No, I got you.
So that one has to be,
It's not 23 because 23 is the natural.
Oh, 27.
okay.
It's the same thing. That's what I don't have them here.
I don't have a D either.
But the one you read was 27.
Yeah. That's all for the health board. Next on the report agenda is communities. Does anyone have anything from their communities? No?
The meeting that, our community had planned with health board and everything is postponed due to emergency, so they won't be having it. And then, just concerned with all the crime and violence and with the dog, the dog issues with the people getting bit. That's what we've been discussing. And we've been discussing it around this table also.
Who's first? Which one? Sherry?
Sherry, yeah.
Sherry, Lila, Ben.
Is anybody here from the transportation committee? I would like to address them and get a follow-up regarding the lighting in Rosebud community, if there's an update. The community had me make a motion a few years ago, like 2 years ago, I think, to install lighting. I did see that a light went up by IHS for that term, issuing, for that concern, but we do have several streets that are very dark still, and I also wanted to know if there's an update on the request for speed bumps. If anyone's here from transportation that could answer that. It's been.
Our transportation person's not here.
Okay.
Probably. Maybe this afternoon.
Okay, could I, bring that up later on in the agenda when transportation comes
That's
up?
part of the reports, yes.
Thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention to council, we've had some recent crime violence in our community. And it's kind of really shocking because we're so small, we don't really have that kind of issues. But it's, for us, it's been really tough because when you go down the hill to Spring Creek, you're like, there's no cell service or anything. So, it's real concerning, but I was told by the broadband that as soon as there should be starting to put those cell towers up down there. So that should really help, but I think the community is, they're still in fear. And I think they might have reached out to some of you as well, but we're gonna be having a community meeting soon here. We're gonna do it Thursday, but I think it might be moved. And they probably will be inviting you guys to. And I know they spoke with you as well. So I just want to bring that to light here, what our community is going through. So what we're handling it and dealing with it. Thank you.
Lila, in regard to that, I did get a request yesterday to ask if a domestic violence training can be held again in each community by our White Buffalo CAP. So I'll be meeting with LaToya on that to see if she can arrange domestic violence training in each community or a session.
That'll be good. Thank you.
Ben?
Sure. I guess I got two of them. First one, do we need to make a motion to approve the health board?
Health board, yes.
Yeah.
You want to do that
Yeah, I'll
right
make a
now?
motion. Yeah,
Yes.
make a motion to approve the health board committee's report.
A second? Chris, question? Sherry, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Next step?
And then also, I know just recently we've had some fires come up, and then Two Strike was one of the ones. So as my community report, I would say that, I guess we get with BIA again to make sure, even the VFDs, to find out what we can do to help. I mean, because again, we had a dry winter, and a lot of these places are getting dry. We just had a fire that was up there that kind of scared out quite a few people there in Two Strike. So if we can get some kind of something from the fire departments of what they could do to help, I guess, with all this dryness that's going on the reservation. So that's just what my deal is for the community, community.
Yeah, we can reach out to the BIA because, as you all know, when BIA does come and they're questioned about house fires, they say their primary focus is wildfires. So we'll have to get with them to find out if they can start now.
Okay. Is it possible? I don't know. There is a question on one of the people too that if they could burn out most of that stuff, like let's say on Two Strike Hill.
Control burns?
Yeah, control burns. So that way, it'd be all done. So that way, if anything was to come up, I'm just curious. But if that's a question to ask the BIA, then I guess it would be beneficial. So that way, one spot fire and then another spot fire. But if they just control burn the whole thing, I think it'd be okay.
They can make that type of a windrow around the community to protect from a fire that's coming through the community to stop it.
Yeah, but that's just my thoughts and concerns on the community part. But anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, what's the status on Sunrise Apartments? Because right now, they shut the water off on the old side, and there's 10 to 12 units there that have no water now. So what is the status on that last motion being made that we were gonna get someone to represent?
I haven't heard back from Seth yet, because Seth from Peebles is working on something for the tribe with them. Remember, it was our discussion we couldn't do on the air.
In the time being, can we get water up to those 10 to 12 units?
Yeah,
It's on the old side?
On the
They were
old
out
side?
yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, I know, last week or the week before last, they did get water out. I know it doesn't last long. It's our effort to help our tribal members that are in Sunrise, although we all know it's Sunrise's responsibility, or not Sunrise, but whatever their name is, Costello. But we as a tribe continue to provide water to our tribal members.
Yeah, thank you.
Tammy?
In judiciary, and Michelle has the information, but one of the things that we approved of was a MOA with the U.S. Marshals to help with the crime rate on the reservation.
With what?
With the crime reservation. So I don't see that on our emergency legislation, which is fine, but we could have approved today, and that way we can start working with them. Because what happened in Spring Creek was, the call I got was it was really scary.
Yeah. When we get down to judiciary on our agenda, we'll bring that up for approval.
Tanya has it.
Okay. If that's all for the communities, Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as, to make the council aware that recently the St. Francis community passed a resolution that is going to be presented at some point through a judiciary committee. But it is asking the tribal council to do something about the lack of law and order and the violence in our community. And long and short of it is they've given up on the conventional solutions that are offered through law enforcement and the court system, and are challenging the council to, or they're going to challenge the council to think out of the box and come up with some other methodology to effectively deal with the violence in our communities. And one of the things that they did, that is going to be controversial is they compiled a list of actors in our community who bear scrutiny because of their continued criminal activities, lack of respect for the rest of the community and whatnot. And that's going to be presented here. And it's not going to be a an easy thing for the council to discuss. But it touches on the issue of banishment, quite frankly, but again, the premise of it is that we no longer have confidence that our court system and our law enforcement system can deal with the violence that's going on in the community. And I don't think anybody can argue with that. We know our prosecution arm of our court system is troubled right now. At least that's the impression that one gets. There's discussion about it. So be prepared, to deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Any other community discussions? If not, we'll move on to the Attorney General, which is not on our Zoom. So if you want him to be at our, make a report at our next meeting, then we'll get hold of him and have him available. Budget and Finance.
Do we have any resolutions, any business we passed out?
Is there anything?
There's one thing that we dealt with was how this donation from Shakopee should be correctly processed through our accounting system. And we had hoped that a resolution would have been prepared, to get this thing on the road, moving in a fashion that comports with our procurement system.
I did see a resolution yesterday that was prepared, and last week the money was told to be put into an account.
I understand the treasurer has the money, that's fine, but
Yeah.
this is a procurement issue,
Yeah.
and there has to be a resolution properly authorizing, how
Eric,
the
still
money
behind
gets
you?
expended.
Is Eric still? We can have Eric bring it in. I seen it was prepared yesterday.
Okay. Yeah,
Can you get Eric
I was
to bring
hoping
it in?
Wayne would be here. for a second.
Right.
Yeah, to go to the Patrice Buffalo. Mike, I had a question on budget and finance. The procurement process in the past, when programs, when they used to when they asked any of our spiritual people to come in and do something within a program, hey, we're gonna, in the past, let's see, Leonard Kodak, he even came here and, had Taco Oshkoki, being in a place where Taco Toshki Oshkoki Makaka, when we're in a place where we don't live in that society, the society Maska, we talked to we don't live in that when Lexi Leonard he came here and he said, I have things to do, I have to go down and we're gonna check in we're gonna Pajitaki. I have things to do, but anyways, when it comes to procurement and when programs, I want to know where it changed, where now they have to ask for driver license or social security or things like this. When we ask somebody for help within a program, like whether that procurement change where now that we ask someone if we want help from them, from the community, spiritual leader, or when they put forward something for a request. Like I remember they used to give Leonard rest in peace when he would come and he would do something, maybe repatriation or something. And at Daco Chuanta, they used to be able to just give a payment without having that, no, there was no taxes on it, there was nothing, it was just coming from somebody that, when they do something for a program, a groundbreaking or something for a program. It used to be where you could just honor, honorariums, but now that stopped. Now they have to provide all this documentation and, so I want to know where that changed within the, procurement.
Time's up.
Mike, can you respond to?
The tribal treasurer is probably a better person to ask about that question. The only legal requirement that I'm aware of is if the tribe cuts a check to anybody for services it used to be in excess of $600. Anything over that had to be documented and reported to the Internal Revenue Service.
Yeah.
Okay, but now that law has changed, that amount has been bumped up to, don't quote me, but I think it's like $5,000 or $6,000 now. But that's the only federal paperwork requirement, that information that the tribe is supposed to keep. It's other than that, if there are any other things that people have to provide, I'm not aware of what they are. And it's
Representative Bowles.
better ask to the programs and to the finance office.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Bowles, I'm pretty sure what he's referring to is that when some medicine men or other people have come to any of the programs, I got you, Tammy. To come and say a prayer, they were asked to have a business license and everything else that goes with it. And there were people that were offended by that because they're coming to do a prayer service. They're coming to share healing and prayer with people. And in the past, when you did that, you were never asked to have to provide a business license to say a prayer. And I'm pretty sure that's what Royal is referring to. And so he's asking, where did that change? Where did they have to?
I am not aware of that, the business license requirement
I have you sure.
for the performance of
Yeah,
culture-related services, unless you're in the business of doing it, but who's in the business of, of ceremony and stuff, I mean, I assume people don't sell those services, so.
No different than a Catholic.
I don't know,
priest.
that's a question you need to ask the tax office.
All right, I have County, Totes, and Sherry.
I was just gonna ask if we could bring in Myrna to help better explain that. She'll have the history and the purpose for it.
Then can you bring Myrna in? In the meeting, Myrna from Finance?
Finance.
You have to come. And with that, I'll move on to Totes and then Sherry.
Madam Chair, mine goes back to the Shakopee thing. You said there's a resolution. Can we get to that today if possible?
Eric just came in and he said he hadn't gotten it all fully typed. Give him a half hour and he'll bring it back in for approval.
Okay, because we had first correspondence back in November and
Yes, we're moving forward with it. We'll bring the resolution, we'll get it passed and we'll get it taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry?
Thank you. Council, in like 2003, I think I worked for the revenue department. And at that time, the revenue department was stopped from issuing business licenses or making business licenses mandatory for children under the age of 18. And you were on council back then. I remember that. And also anybody selling spiritual or traditional art. And I believe it included
Religion?
our spiritual religious people. They should be exempt, and I mean that's a 2003, 4, 5 around that time. So
Yeah.
I don't know if the secretary's office wants to look at that, or
Did they research that?
if you want to research that, pull it up, and then maybe my colleague councilman could bring that up to reinforce that
Yes.
resolution or that motion.
Yeah, I did bring it up because last year when we had the prayer service at the fairgrounds and we had Orville come here we were told he had to have a business license, and we did have it waived at that time because we didn't believe that he should have to have a business license to pray for a tribe.
And that's tedious
I got mine.
intact policy that came about when intact was adopted. And anybody, even whenever we do the fair, that turned into an issue because we have all these people that, like, for the pageant, I ran the pageant one year, and all my judges were to be paid, and they all had to get business licenses to get entered in as a vendor into intact. So that's something that I feel like we could remedy here.
Mr. Bolts?
Some of these comments are kind of mind-blowing. I may have been on the council at that time, but I don't think I was on the tax commission. It sounds like what the issues are, are decisions that are made, policy decisions that are made by the tax commission. So they're the people that, need to answer the questions about this.
I have 3 resolutions in our binder that for budget and finance. And so this one already has a number from way back then. Did we release them in this week or no? It should have P22, yeah.
So we'll start on the resolutions for budget and finance while we wait for Myrna to come in.
Myrna isn't here.
I've asked Chris to present.
Oh, okay.
Vice Chairman.
All right.
I left my paper.
Myrna isn't here, so Chris will have to ask her that question on another date. And Chris, you want to go ahead and bring these on?
Yeah, motion to approve resolution 25-322.
Second, Marion? Go ahead, Chris.
So at the 7th whereas the RSC Budget and Finance Committee has recommended and approved the RSC Safety Downs Program request for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council to authorize and approve the purchase of 3 Boom Government Standard Vault toilets for construction and installation of Rostock Park, Rosebud, South Dakota, and Rosebud Building Products, 126 North Adams Street, Mission, South Dakota, 57555, for a total of $51,004.50 on a sole source basis. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the purchase of 3 Boom Government Standard Vault toilets for the construction and installation of Rostock Park, Rosebud, South Dakota, from Rosebud Building Products for the total amount of $51,004.50 on a sole source basis. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her designee, the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her designee is authorized and directed to execute and sign the purchase order and any other related documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? Michelle?
Just curious, Chris, the quote is real old, since November, so is it still good, or is this already done?
This was already approved and passed. We just needed to push it through the council to analyze it, but they already went through with it.
Any other discussion? If not, I need a question. Men, all in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Wait, Chris?
You smell really good. Yeah. Motion for emergency legislation. Or actually, this already has a number, doesn't it?
Has a number.
Yeah, 08. Okay, motion for resolution 2608.
Need a second? Marion? Go ahead, Chris.
I'll start with 1, 2, 5. The last whereas. Whereas the object of this project is to provide up-to-date, accurate data regarding the presence of prairie dog towns that may affect the grazing quality and carrying capacity of the range units, thereby supporting the trust responsibility of the Bureau of Indian Affairs and advancing the tribe self-determination under the Indian Self-Determination Educational Assistance Act, Public Law 93-638. Now therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby approves the modification of the scope of work for funds in the amount of $275,490 for expenditures related to the range unit mapping project under contract A218B00854 To be managed through the Tribe Historic Preservation Office, and therefore be it resolved that the tribal council does hereby direct the president or her designee of the tribe to sign all the documents and assurances in conjunction with these activities, and the scope of work and everything attached.
Any discussion? Mike, are you questioning it? For discussion?
You totally said it, sir.
Mike, questions? All in favor? I didn't call it.
Bob,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
one,
Motion carried. Next one, Chris?
And then, motion to approve resolution 26-19.
Any second? Mike votes? Chris?
Start the 7th, whereas the RC Budget and Finance Committee has recommended the approval of RC Safety Dams Program request for the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to authorize and approve the purchase of a T-76 Bobcat skid steer with attachments, grapple, and bucket from Rosebud Building Products, 126 North Adams Street, Mission, South Dakota, 57555, for a total amount of $41,189.79 on a sole source basis, and therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the purchase of a T-76 Bobcat skid steer with attachment, grapple, and bucket from Rosebud Building Products for a total amount of $41,189.79 on a sole source basis. Be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her designee is authorized to direct and execute the sign and purchase order and any other related documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? Any question? Michelle? All in favor?
twelve,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
one.
Motion carried. Is that it, Chris, for budget
Yeah,
grants? Thank you. Are you here to answer the question? Okay. You want to come up? Where did Sherry go with her question? Oh, well.
Yeah, we're gonna tell about that. I have questions on, maybe Wayne or finance, like when the programs or, charter entities have their own, accounting manuals, but when it comes to the tribe, in the past, I know, some of our spiritual leaders, like we had a repatriation over here. They brought some bones back from Denver. And then we had like drum groups. And we had like people that worked with spiritual things. Like when they were going to build a building, they needed groundbreaking. So there was things that were done in a spiritual way to have the animals. So we had these things that needed to be done in the past where they would ask people out there in the communities to come in and help do things for programs or offer for the people. And in the past, they would give them an honorarium of 500 or 300 or something like that. But I guess somewhere policy changed where now they're asking all these documents. And when it comes to procurement and when it comes to audits and things like this, and it comes to a tribal employee and then I even had questions when when you don't have a charter, but you're still traveling and you're still putting on things, and even so there's this whole procurement process that goes into the audits, and they ask questions. They ask questions about where money is spent, how where's the black and white, the paper trail, all these things that the auditors go into asking. So I want to know where that policy changed now, today, where we're asking people who maybe live off grid, or people who Ushi copy. So it comes to those ones who maybe can't get help at IHS, or who go to traditional medicine, or who want to help in this way to, and when we look at the tribal government, those control, and then we add these woke, egna copy, kahektak, oateki, those how are we gonna come to help? So I asked the question of that procurement process, how it's changed today, where we ask for those documents from somebody, to ask where that changed in that process, because in the past, they just were able to submit those for payment.
So I can't speak about anything that happened in the past. I don't know anything about the policy prior to about 3.5 years ago when I started here.
Yeah.
Sorry, my name is Daryl Johnson. I work in the finance office. But now, the policies we have in place, certain monies we can't spend without documentation, but I can't think of an instance where we haven't found a way to pay somebody for those things. We usually, Wayne does a really good job of making sure that we can find money available for things like that. Without getting into a specific instance, though, I can't really say. I'm sure you have something in mind that happened where we had trouble getting money to somebody or something like that. Without knowing exactly that, I can't give you a great answer.
It was asked for spiritual leaders or people that come here with those types of services to have a business license. Listening to Mr. Bolt's talk, to me, I don't think that's a finance. I'm assuming it's not something that came from finance or the Budget and Finance Committee. It sounds more as to tax commission, because that's who requires a business license. So our either tax commission or revenue office would more than likely have the response to your question, Royal, rather than the finance office.
Just really brief, when does budget and finance, did you guys have to approve anything for payment for any kind of elder or any kind of like drum group?
No.
Does that have to come through if somebody puts in a request, a program that wants to bring somebody in for the service? And then does budget and finance have to approve those kind of documents to?
No, we don't. No,
Yes, Mike?
the only other documents that I can imagine that might be required of finance, maybe the social security number, that sort of thing, if the amount of money involved exceeds, the issuance of a 1099, I guess. Other than that, I have, the business side thing is like I said, I said ludicrous, but if that's a tax commission. If that's coming out of the tax office, it's a tax commission policy, and I know from having sat on the tax commission years past that they do make those kinds of policies. They do make policies.
So Lynette,
As
to your
to what
knowledge, did
requires
anyone,
business license.
any spiritual leader, or anybody that has come to our reservation for doing prayers ever had to have any other documentation?
No.
No.
It basically comes out, and good morning, I'm Lynette, I'm the finance manager. It basically comes out of general account where that can be, processed through there without a business.
A non-fuel. Okay, if there's no other questions for these two finance people, we'll excuse them back to their office. Is there any more questions for them? If not, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Is there anyone here from the Community Presence Association as is the president or vice president with anything to present to the tribal council for approval? If Now we'll move on to the next committee, which is economic development. Who is the
Sure.
Sherry? I'll go on to education committee until Sherry returns. Is there anyone from the education committee? Enrollment committee? Marion, do you have anything from enrollment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our last meeting was in October. In November, we didn't have a meeting. In December, enrollment staff went to LNI and issued tribal IDs. And last month, they went to Minneapolis to issue tribal IDs also. And at the end of this month, they're going to be traveling to Sioux Falls to issue tribal IDs to tribal members. And there's no fee for the tribal IDs. Other than that, that's all.
Okay. The next one is Lisa. Hey, Wayne.
Council, good morning. While we're on the subject of enrollment, the council has asked for enrollment to go to all these different cities to make availability IDs, but they don't have the money to do it. So I've been asking the enrollment department to submit either develop a budget of what it's going to take to go to all these different places, and get it to me so that we can go to budget finance and you guys can appropriate monies for it. Right now, they don't have the monies to do that in their budget. They're going to Sioux Falls, I think, this next week or so. And I went ahead and I advanced the money because it's under the 25,000, but in order to do all these, they need to come here and you guys need to appropriate funds for that because they don't have it. I'm just letting you know that I've asked them to do that, but I haven't received it yet. Just letting you know.
If there's no questions in regard to that, for the enrollment committee report, I need approval. A motion for her report. Chris, Ben, second. Totes question, all in favor? No.
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not reporting?
1.
Not voting? Sorry. Motion carried. Governmental affairs? Health board? Oh, health board's done. Judiciary?
We have we have 3 resolutions in the binder, and then we also have the one that I gave Tanya last week with the MOU with the U.S. Marshals. I missed the last meeting. I had a death in my family, so if there's something that I'm missing, somebody probably be prepared with me, something new. But I have the first resolution, motion for emergency legislation. There's no number on it. It's for the trafficking of girls.
Can I get a number? Get your number. Twenty-eight?
28?
Yeah. Motion for emergency legislation for 2025, 2026, 28. I need a second. Tammy, go ahead. Question, Chris? All in favor of emergency legislation?
Nine.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
I guess I'm gonna.
2. 3.
3.
3.
Motion to approve 2026, 28, Michelle?
Yep, motion to approve.
I need a second. Chris, go ahead.
I will start up with fourth whereas. Whereas the United States Department of Justice Office on Violence Against Women is seeking application for funding under the OVC FY 2025 Preventing Trafficking of Girls CFA 16.035 for up to $497,000 for 36 months with the due date of March 3rd. 2026. And whereas the Preventing Trafficking of Girls program will develop and enhance prevention and early intervention services for girls who are at risk of or are victims of sex and or labor trafficking, and enhance efforts to identify and provide comprehensive services to girls, young women who are at risk and or victims of both sex trafficking or labor trafficking. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court will serve as the lead implementing agency and will collaborate with a qualified partner, White Buffalo Calf Women's Society, a nonprofit, non-governmental tribal domestic violence organization, to develop and submit an application to the United States Department of Justice under the Preventing Trafficking of Girls. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the RSC Judiciary Committee and authorizes the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court to submit the application due on March 3rd, 2026, and be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof.
Is there any discussion? Ed?
I've got a question with the, with that program, is that also gonna be just for that purposes? And I know like there's other possibilities as far as it being MIW missing. So can we, I guess, find somebody that's gonna be a contact? Is that they're gonna be, that the place where they go to actually, I guess, start like looking for people, or maybe try to, I don't know. I guess I know it's just sex trafficking and that but is there anything else that may come along with, like, let's say, missing and murdered religious women?
The
people?
next one is for human trafficking.
Human trafficking.
So they're just separate types of crimes, two different types of women.
So it would be under White Buffalo Calf.
Yep.
All right, that's my question. All right, thank you.
Any other discussion? Lila?
I just have a question regarding where the whoever's hired for this, where they will be located at White Buffalo Calf or
I believe it's the shelter. White Buffalo Calf's gonna manage the grant, so it'll be that. That makes sense.
In the future, for grant applications like this, if you can have your programs bring something that you can attach so the council can read it and know what they're approving.
I was out during this meeting,
So you can remind them at your next meeting, please. If there's no other discussion, I need a question. Ben, all in favor? Mike, are you voting?
You voting?
I'm not voting.
11, 0,
Not voting?
2,
Motion carried. Go ahead, Michelle. I skipped your number. 29. 29.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Second, Ben. Question, Totes. All in favor, emergency legislation? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve 2025-29.
2026?
2026-29, sorry.
Second? Ben? Go ahead, Michelle.
We'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the United States Department of Justice Office on Violence Against Women is seeking applications for funding under the OBC FY 2025 Services for Victims of Human Trafficking, CFDA number 16.320 for up to $440,000 for 36 months with the due date of March 18th, 2026. And whereas the Services for Victims of Human Trafficking programs will develop, expand, and strengthen victim services for victims of all forms of human trafficking through the United States, and provide support for comprehensive and specialized services for victims of all forms of human trafficking, both adults and minors, youth. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court will serve as a lead implementing agency and will collaborate with a qualified partner, White Buffalo Calf Women's Society, a nonprofit, non-governmental tribal domestic violence organization, to develop and submit an application to the United States Department of Justice under the Services for Victims of Human Trafficking. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the RST Judiciary Committee and authorizes the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court to submit the application due on March 18, 2026. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof.
Question or any discussion? Sherry?
Councilwoman, whenever, after they submit their application and you bring it back, for approval if awarded, would you make sure that they attach the copy of the grant so we can see the budget and things?
Yeah, she's usually pretty good at reporting to committee as well, so I can bring that back once it's approved. If they get it.
If they get it.
Any other discussion? If not, I need a question. Lila, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried.
President, before I start this last one, can we have them pass out the one I set up there last week for the U.S. Marshals? So he can start passing that out. Sherry has a question.
Good, Sherry.
Thank you. So I've just kind of heard, but I've never seen anything come to the floor regarding the MMIW shelter. I know it's been sitting vacant. What is the update on that? Is that something that's going to be utilized with the human trafficking grant awarded, or do you have other plans for that?
There were plans to utilize the building. It came up in a discussion maybe 2 months ago that it would be be moved out by adult corrections for law enforcement to move in there so that that building that they're in could be renovated or destroyed, or they were going to wait for another grant in order to build them. I think SRD was looking for funds for that.
To move the building?
No, to find funding to build a new center, law enforcement center. But it would temporarily be moved over there because it has sat vacant for so long. And they really need to get out of that building. If you recall, throughout the summer, they flooded and it was really dangerous for them to be in there. So that building would be moved out there and the new projected site would be across the road so that all of our law enforcement services are in that same general area.
Okay, when is that resolution coming to council?
It didn't come as a resolution, I don't think.
Did it?
It was an emergency, it was an administrative decision that I had made at that time because there was so much danger with the leaking of the water and the electrical lines that were on the floor that they were having to use. And
No, I understand that. What's the DIA's, take on all of this since they own that building? Have they given any updates? I haven't seen anything in our report for that building.
For years, they never wanted that responsibility. They've actually, if Wayne remembers, or Mike, they tried to turn that over to the tribe several times, but it would cost too much money and it needs so much redaction done to it.
I would make the recommendation that that a formal resolution be brought forth to support that, and also the resolution deeming that the MMIW shelter be rescinded if that's the way the council wants to go.
Okay, we'll have that drafted by Wayne. It was a decision of urgency because they had had so much flooding and damage to the building while they were in there.
And then, how are we planning to fund the moving costs of that? Does that include the fence, takedown, and everything there as well?
Yeah, they went and looked at the building and it is adequate for them to utilize that until a new facility was built.
So do they have revenue to move that building?
I don't believe so. Wayne was going to look into funding for that.
I'm waiting for them to tell me how much it's gonna cost, and then I'll find it.
Who's charged with researching that?
I'm not sure this year who's doing it. That's along with the cost and who will do it.
Bring that by resolution for the council to review and approve. And has the site already been cleared?
Yeah, it's where it's where those two buildings sat forever and they finally moved them off. So it's already a cleared area and all of the infrastructure's in place. And that's why, because there was so much going on with the damages to the current facility, it was kind of a safety decision to get them out of there. But we're waiting, like Dwayne said, we're waiting on who the mover is going to be, and then he'll have to find the funding.
Okay. Councilwoman, is that gonna suffice with the police department as far as the placement of that?
They haven't brought in any updates to committee regarding any of that. I did reach out to BIA Ray when that big storm hit and their building got flooded, when the courthouse got flooded as well. But that was during his transition and I never did get to speak to him when he was being detailed out.
Have we gotten any official documentation stating that that building is gonna be condemned by BIA?
No. They actually have not provided any updates to committee regarding their building or anything like that. We just get stats.
Have the committee look into some of that stuff at the next meeting and bring the update to council during the judiciary committee report? I guess my concern is if that building's gonna be there, we're gonna put it there, moving it from St. Francis to that position, looking at the new construction that's going on that current existing site, what's gonna happen with the building in the future if we do get the emergency, what's it called? The emergency center that they're trying to find, the SRD is planning for.
The building,
Yeah, the Justice Center.
the building will be returned back to, health administration. It is under their inventory.
But will it remain at that location?
It can be moved again. It's temporary unless there's something that can be utilized for it out there on that site. Because it'll be a while, because they have to find funding for it first. And construction grants aren't always easily available.
I guess, thank you, Councilwoman. My concern is just the feasibility, financially of moving that several times. If they have a site picked out, it'd be good to keep it there. I guess if you guys could put some thought into that and bring a plan forth. I know that it's important to get them moved right away. I don't know if they can work out of St. Francis community, temporarily or what the plan is, but if you could bring something back to us so we can review it, I would appreciate that.
And also, Sherry, I do have the evaluation or I think of what it's called, that was done on it like almost a decade ago on the current law enforcement building where it was going to be condemned, and in the condition of it, it's a part of the grant that I was working on when we got the adult correctional facility. In order for that facility to be built, they did have to go in and do a review on it. And I do have that still as part of my portfolio of grants that I wrote. I can give it to judiciary if they want it. Yeah. But it's old, and so it's probably in worse condition now. Do you want to, okay, we have one more for them to, is it on the same discussion?
I think Coates had her hand up.
Yeah.
Coates.
You know, with this being a safety concern, that really flooded the last time. We have spring coming. We're gonna get a lot of moisture and it's really gonna be unsafe for them again. So can we have a timeline on this?
We'll have to find somebody. It was gonna be moved immediately, but the vehicle that moves houses had broken down at that time, and so that's why it hadn't been moved. So we'll find out.
Just for their safety reasons, with spring coming and all the moisture that we're gonna be getting, they're gonna go through the same issues again.
Yes, that's the concern. Ben?
Oh, I guess, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just kind of curious again too, that I know this was brought up a while back too, and I know when Ray was here as a superintendent, he did say that he was working on trying to get him relocated in a sense, but I guess for us, having a solution for it right now is what we're trying to do. But I mean, we got the elementary school, has that been brought up? They could possibly move them in emergency wise, because they do need a place right now. I mean, it's gonna rain this next couple days here. So if we can find something that, and I know the school district still has that, the lease on it. So if we can make some kind of arrangements to do that right away, because I know I've asked, I think at the beginning of last year, I think it was, and Ray at the time said, they're working on it. Well, we're already here another year. So I'm just trying to find out what we can do to help our law enforcement have a place to stay for now. So
All we need to do is come up with the money and get the mover, and it can be moved as soon as possible. I think with the school, there are other issues with that. They have that lease that they have to fulfill. There are other inspections, other requirements in the last discussion with Todd County. So it's not immediately accessible for us at this point.
okay. 'Cause yeah, I was just kind of curious. We need it now. This last year that I was bringing up the same conversation, and now we have no solution for it still. So I just want to make sure that we are looking out for our law enforcement. Again, it's going to rain this week here, so we just want to make sure that they have some place to be. So, and that school's been brought up quite a few times. So I just want to make sure trying to fight for it or trying to figure out what we can do to help our entities to get on with their services. So
We're going to have another meeting with the school.
okay, thank you.
If that's all, Michelle, do you want to finish the next one?
Yep. Emergency legislation, 2026 30.
Any second? Sherry? Any question for emergency legislation? Totes? All in favor?
Bob,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Okay, Michelle.
I'll start at the fourth, whereas.
Motion to approve
Oh,
2026 30.
sorry, motion to approve.
Second, Chris? Okay.
Rosebud Sioux Tribe has been awarded one-time FY 2025 tribal court funding in the amount of $8,040 to be utilized for support of tribal court operations. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court is responsible for the implementation of this award from the Bureau of Indian Affairs as part of its tribal court services self-determination contract. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves the acceptance of the Bureau of Indian Affairs funding to be implemented by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court and approves the attached budget in the amount of $8,040. And be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or official designee to sign on all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof. And
Any-
the budget is attached.
Any discussion? Question? Lila? All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
On this last one that was just handed out by the Sergeant at Arms, there is a memorandum of understanding for the law enforcement to work with the U.S. Marshals. And wondering if you guys want somebody from the PA to come down if you have questions, or do we want to just get started on it?
Tammy?
Maybe we can call Eric in, because Eric's the one that drafted the resolution and worked with, the US Marshals on the MOU.
I don't know if, well, I can ask them to come down as well. But I can, do we want to get started on it for now, or?
Gonna
So I can.
bring it on as emergency
Yeah.
legislation? Remember?
What did I get here? Or,
31.
or, I haven't signed it
31?
down to the table.
$31. Michelle? Motion for emergency.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Second? Lila? Oh, yeah. I need a second before you question. Oh, Chris? Okay.
Madam Chair, Judiciary Committee. Yes. It would be, I feel that it would be really good to have somebody come in and thoroughly explain what this is. Because it gets alarming and people get confused of what it actually is. And that way we can have it explained on the air for the people. So I don't know who you would have called down here. And
I just text Frank and Rich because they're the ones that presented it to committee, and it did pass that committee. I think at this last meeting, I wasn't there, but it had it forwarded to me to present to council today.
all right, because it looks like judiciary is forwarding it on, recommending. So it'll just be good to have it on the air.
We can wait until they get here if we want. I mean, then I could just give a little report on other things that have been happening in committee.
Yes.
While we
Is
wait.
there a motion for to move to council from judiciary?
I believe it passed at the last meeting.
Okay, so it should have
I was
already got a
not-
number.
Or the emergency legislation, because the
Yeah.
last meeting was in this month.
Because if it went from committee to the secretary's office, it should already be issued a number. The only time it comes here for a number is when it's emergency legislation. So that's
Did it
why I
pass that
asked.
committee?
It was recommended to bring to council for approval once Eric got done, and then in the email that Eric sent out, he said that, it can just come straight to the floor for emergency legislation now that it's done.
Because it was made in this month's meeting, so procedurally it should go on to the floor next month for the people. here.
It was made prior to this month's meeting. This was supposed to be done and reviewed last year.
So,
Did you
Sorry, I
message
wasn't
Eric?
at the last meeting.
Can you ask Eric to come in, Ben?
Eric.
Sorry.
This MOU came before the judiciary a couple of times, and I don't recall that it had gotten past the last two times it was brought up, but this last meeting that they had at the beginning of the month, I didn't attend. I was at a funeral. So I was just received notice that it did pass committee and
Can we go over this so we can move on?
should we table this until they get here?
Yeah.
I think that would be best, and you could give your report on the rest of the stuff in the committee. Okay.
Motion to table.
Yeah, hold off until the proper people come and show up. so they
Motion
can
to
answer.
table 2026-31. Do I have a second? Chris, question? Tammy, all in favor? Where do you go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 in favor of tabling. Opposed? Not voting? One. Your motion to table until they're here.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle.
So we have a number of issues that have come up in committee. The most recent on January 16th, the one that Councilman Bolts was speaking of, there was a petition that was brought to committee with a list of 23 names that the committee had pushed forward that they wanted to, I guess, banish from their community. But the concern was that if their community banished these individuals, they would go into other communities, which would just create an unsafe environment throughout the reservation. No action was taken on that. It was just a recommendation to forward the petition on to the tribal attorney to make sure that we're not violating anybody's civil rights. So there wasn't necessarily any action taken at that time. And then it was also forwarded on to governmental affairs to see what their update was on the imaging ordinance that was already in the works. There was also some concern from Antelope community regarding the situation that happened last summer where there was a death in their community. Council had made a motion at that time to, I guess, demolish a structure. And since that time, a new structure has been put up in that same place, and the same type of activity is happening again in that same area. So there was a motion brought forward to request that council remove the current structure that's in that area. or reaffirm the motion. There's another trailer in that same location on the premises in South Antelope. So there was a motion by Councilwoman Juan to reaffirm the motion.
Mike Folks has a question.
Yeah, just a comment, this has to do with
Comment.
thank you for mentioning the resolution from the St. Francis community that I referred to earlier. We're not ignorant to the, to all the questions that are going to come up, and whatnot, civil rights, blah, blah, blah. Send them to another community, they're just going to, we know all that. The problem is we want tribal government to do something different. Show us something that is going to make a difference in the communities there, other than what there is now. Now, if it's hopeless and that's just the way it is and there ain't a damn thing we can do about it, let's let the public know that and let's say so. And then we'll live with the consequences. But this is an issue that, is priority one in the minds of a lot of people in St. Francis, and I'm sure in the Antelope community also. That the way we're dealing with these situations now, because of whatever, it's not working. And at some point, bad things are going to start to happen that are worse than what already is happening. Innocent people are going to end up doing things that they shouldn't do. I'm one of them. Anybody comes messing around with me is going to get shot. And I don't want to say that. What the hell else am I going to do? That and I'm saying that because that's the mood in St. Francis right now. We're just totally exasperated, with this situation, and we want tribal government to spend some serious time talking about it. And we're not doing that here. We presented this resolution, the committee saw it, and now it's going to be referred here and there to see if, well, it's just going to get lost in the shuffle. And there's never going to be a serious discussion here. It's time for a serious discussion about the problem of violence in the communities. Thank you.
Hold on, sorry. Sure.
There is no structure on that site now. The two mobile units that are there, they're just right beside that structure, like right beside each other. So there's nothing on that structure right now. But we need to have some serious planning meetings, and we need to decide what we're going to do with this banishment. Because it's been over a year since we had, no, it hasn't even been. We've had 2 homicides out Kamloops. And we still haven't moved on anything yet. So it's really important, we do have planning meetings. We get together and we discuss these issues, and we really need to move on. Because it's happening over and over again. We need to stop talking about things. We need to have the plan to show the people. Thank you.
I think, if we can get an update from Sherry regarding the banishment ordinance, because I believe the crime that happened in Spring Creek were some of the individuals that were named on the petition from St. Francis community as well.
Sherry and Lila.
Thank you. I was just gonna ask, if Emily could give the community update. She's the chairman. Oh, I'm sorry. We have talked about the banishment ordinance, and there are issues there, and I think our chair will be able to explain them very well.
I don't know if I have those, Chair. I don't have those. Hi, everyone. So sorry I'm late. I don't know if I have those from the most recent conversation regarding banishment, other than when we had that joint meeting with judiciary. So I don't know if there's been any updates since then.
Do you want to update us on that, and then I'll talk about.
So it's been several months since we kind of got together with judiciary, because we had several kind of law type changes coming forward. it was discussed that because judiciary has more access to the departments that are kind of going to oversee the implementation of any kind of changes that we're going to do, that it made more sense for them to initiate that conversation. And once those changes or amendments or whatever happened got to a level where it needed for approval, then that's when we would elevate them to governmental affairs. Since then, I know that there's been a few crimes or things that have happened since then. And I believe there's been discussion at the committee, and that's the one that I think I missed in the last one. So I don't know if the sheriff, you have an update from that, but to my knowledge that it's kind of been stalled between how we're going to issue, how we're going to deal with the issue of civil rights, but also how we're going to issue, because the existing banishment clause or the bad man clause was not for tribal members. And so to my knowledge, that's kind of where everything stood.
Lima?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some thoughts that I had sitting here looking at these issues. I do agree with Mr. Bolts. This has been an ongoing conversation, and now lives are being lost, and it's going to take all of us. And I really feel as though we do have to do some work with the CPA and some kind of meeting with them, because they know their communities and they know what their communities need. And I'm really thankful that these laws are being discussed, this banishment. There's a lot to it, but the communities have to tell us what they want, because we can do a lot here, but we can't do that without their input. And it's saddening what has happened, and it's everywhere. Sadly, it's everywhere. And it boils down to the drug use. It boils down to, that messes with the mind, messes with the brain, So we're also going to have to look at working with Skyla at a health admin to maybe look at some education where there are people who are probably willing to, and I know we can reach out somewhere where they can come and maybe come to the communities and talk about meth, what it does to the brain. And looking back, we did the state of emergency, Madam Chair, and I think when we talked about things, this kind of stuff was what we wanted to work with under that. And as well as the Bureau. The Bureau has a trust responsibility here to help us with funding, to help us with public safety. And I don't really see, where we're at with that. So whatever we have to do to request money, if they can't give us manpower, can they give us money? And follow up on those requests if we have any, or if we don't, that we need to bring forward to request to the Bureau of where they're at with this. They have that trust responsibility, and we have to hold them to it. And I know that we can do the work here. And, sadly, we're getting pushed to do things that never happened before in history. Sadly, we're going to have to make some really hard decisions amongst our own people. And we don't want to do that here. We don't want to, be banishing people, but you know what? It's our public safety. And what happened in my community, I'm just thankful nobody died. So just those are my thoughts with everything. So I appreciate it. And can you follow up with the Bureau? Okay, thanks, Kathy.
Lacey and Rip, do you want to come up? Before, we'll get back to your question, but we asked them to come down, so. You can tell them
The
about.
resolution is being brought up that the MOU with the U.S. Marshals. So the council is asking that you give a description as to what it entails and how it'll affect, tribal membership. If you can give a description before it's brought on, then ask you.
The MOU? So the MOU to which we are proposing that would be with the law enforcement, with the U.S. Marshal Service. The reason why we're bringing it up is a lot of overtime is accumulated whenever we do these roundups, whenever we have a situation to come into play. With the TFO system set up with the Marshal Service, any overtime that is accumulated is reimbursed by the U.S. Marshal Service. Also, if we have a violent offender situation, barricaded suspect, or anything else like this, with the MOU in place, rather than having to jump through hoops, having to reach out to Washington DC in order for them to come help out, with that in play, we make a phone call and they're able to come down here and help out. Any damages that are occurred during the situation is also covered by the U.S. Marshal Service. One important thing I want to knock out and get out of the way right now, this does not include state warrants. At no point can they arrest anybody who is an enrolled tribal member with any recognized tribe on Rosebud for a state warrant.
What about calls for service? Are they going to assist with calls for service when you get them?
If they are down here and we have a serious situation that comes into play, yes, they can come help us.
Depends on the situation.
It depends on the situation, but then as far as them hearing a call come in saying, an intoxication or something like that, they cannot respond to something like that. But if they get a call where somebody had been severely injured,
So
or
the
there's
purpose of
somebody,
it is to round up violent offenders.
violent offenders, but it helps us also with our financial needs, and also whenever we need them, it helps streamline the process. We had a situation, it's already gone through court, I can bring it up. But it's a situation in St. Francis over the summertime during Rosebud Fair. We had a situation where we had a male who is known for his violent tendencies that had a warrant of arrest. The U.S. Marshal Service was able to adopt that warrant of arrest and help us with making the arrest. During that time, a child was being held inside the house. The male would not come out of the house. We got everyone out, but the male and the child was still inside. With the tools that they have and everything else, we were able to reach into the residence with their team. The child was grabbed. I was inside the house with him. The child was handed off to me, and I brought the child out for safety. That's just one of the, examples on how they were extremely beneficial. There was no damage to the house. Nobody got hurt. Nobody got injured, and it was resolved very, very quickly. But without them being there, I'm not gonna lie, it would have been a real process for us because just of the manpower. We have a lot of violent offenders. Ma'am, you brought it up, the incident. I'm sure you're talking about what happened down in Spring Creek. So the three that are mentioned in that's going to be a process in itself as well. I don't have the manpower within my criminal investigation division, including myself and 3 other agents. But when it comes time to arrest them on the tribal warrant, they will come down and they will help me out, and they will bring down a team that will help me arrest. And God forbid something happens where we have to break a door, we have to break a window to get them into custody, because they do need to be in custody for what they did. That does not have to be paid for by the Rosebud Police Department. That will be paid for by the Marshal Service. When it comes to our federal warrants, my division, we indict our own cases. We don't hand very much off to the FBI. I'll be honest. We keep everything within my office. When I have the federal warrant, I have to go through the process of sending off the documents to request them to adopt the warrant and everything. Because it's a federal warrant, it's a very, very easy process. But with the MOU in play, all I have to do is send them a copy of the warrant, and they already have it. So if I have an offender who left the reservation, like the homicide we had in Antelope, beginning of the spring, we caught him in Rapid City. I was there when he was arrested. The marshals assisted me with the interviews and everything else like that. But there was a process in order to get that warrant going where I could have just emailed it to them and they already had it. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Tom.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, I have to get permission from the president.
guys for coming down. I was trying to read real fast while you're going, so sorry if it's redundant on the question. I thought I heard you say that there would not be any, state jurisdiction or state warrants regarding this, but when you read the mission statement, it says the primary mission of the task force is to investigate and arrest as part of joint law enforcement operations, persons who have active state and federal warrants for their arrest.
This is a very generic MOU, it's very across the board.
But this is the one that we'd be approving
Yes,
today.
but we will not, so we have the right to say you cannot arrest anybody on a state warrant. Since I have been in criminal investigations, there's only been a handful of circumstances where the tribe, your body has allowed an individual to be arrested on a state
So
warrant.
could we say that in the MOU, that it's not a primary mission, right?
Change the MOU.
Yeah, the wording is, the way the unfortunately, the way their lawyers, Steve Hotelling, the U.S. Marshal Supervisor out of here, says the spelling and the wording is very specific. But that does not give them a right under law to arrest anybody who is a tribal member who has a state warrant on the reservation. This doesn't
I just feel it's a
supersede.
little problematic to hear you say one thing and for the black and white to say a totally different thing, because we'll actually be approving this document in front of us as the attached MOU. So it's a little problematic for you to say one thing and
Well, I
so I'm
understand
wondering
it.
where we can insert that language that could clarify that, because I feel like another thing that comes up often is this should only happen upon our request, and I don't see that necessarily stated in here either.
So, yeah, so that would be, the state warrants is only upon, special, very dire circumstances. We can talk about the arcade threat incident with the poor young lady who was executed up in Rapid City. That was allowed, and everything through here. That's the last time that was done, and that was the last time it was ever brought up.
But is it true that they cannot come on tribal land without our asking them to do that?
They are a federal agency. They don't need our permission to come on it.
Okay, so what are we actually approving with this MOU then, if they can already do that without?
So what we're proving with this, it allows us to enter in a partnership where we can utilize the reimbursement for overtime, the costs that we incur. It also allows us to obtain their trainings. Rather, whenever they put on their training, so they have their equipment and everything else like that, it allows us to have access to it. So we can send people off to the trainings if they have equipment. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he's out of Washington DC. He came down about a year and a half, 2 years ago and helped us with a massive operation. And he wanted to provide the police department with a lot of equipment, but he couldn't because we weren't TFOs or signed with the MOU. So I don't know exactly what it was, but from my understanding, it was significant. So we missed out on that as well.
I also wouldn't want to be held hostage for funding, as signing off away our jurisdiction. So I don't know if that's something we could ask for our lawyer to look into about maybe the resolution, including some language if we can't specifically put it in the MOU. Thank you.
Sherry, then, Sherry.
Thank you. So as far as this MOU, in the supervision portion, second paragraph, it talks about, the conduct of the respective agencies. And it says, furthermore, each agency retains responsibility for conduct of its personnel. I guess that's concerning to me because if we have U.S. Marshals who we all know are U.S. Marshals, state troopers, all these people are getting pulled in and trained for like ICE and whatnot, being trained alongside with them. And this is all falling under Homeland Security as well. If our tribal members get mistreated by any U.S. Marshals, there's nothing we can do about it. Because this MOU says each agency retains responsibility for the conduct of its personnel. So if we have a complaint or somebody is mistreated, we're gonna have to send a complaint to the U.S. Marshals. So that's concerning to me in this. The other thing is, when it talks about bringing in the VOTF, the Violent Offender Task Force, it says each participating agency agrees to refer cases for investigation by the Violent Offender Task Force. The cases will be adopted at the discretion of the district chief deputy. So with that, we sign into this agreement, they still have to approve which projects they're gonna come to the reservation and investigate, correct?
So when we're talking about like the local ones, that'd be the tribal ones. We still have to send over the warrant, we have to do explain what led to the warrant of arrest. And then from there, they still have to send that over for their approval and everything else like that. Just think about it when they send us requests like, hey, we have a violent offender, state warrant, who's in the area here. We get their documents and we forward it over to this body here to make that determination of like, yes, get them out of here, like, no, that doesn't meet a criteria to which we're comfortable with. It's the same along the lines of those terms. We have sent over warrants that were, it met the tribal statute for aggravated assault. But their counsel in DC was like, that's not quite a threshold for us to get into a situation that way. If somebody was being harmed away, if there was damage, so it goes both ways, but that's the easiest way to interpret it. It's the same way how we look at the state laws.
Also, I really struggle when it comes to stuff like this. I do believe in accountability for our people, but I also understand that we have our own jail. And I feel like every year we turn up felons constantly and we're making our people felons because we're pushing initiatives like this. And to me, I would much rather see an offender get investigated by our CIs and placed in our jail and tried by our judges. And then from there, we could hopefully see them go out into the programs that we have, some of the ones that Skyla brought forward earlier. And then we're not creating felons, we're trying to establish rehabilitation and helping heal our people. I really see some of this as problematic. I do understand that we're shorthanded and that our police department's shorthanded. And I don't want us to make hasty decisions that are gonna affect our people or give our sovereignty over to the state and allow U.S. Marshals to come in and serve state warrants. So I would like to hear from our attorney on this a little more, and if there's a past MOU in place, if we could see a copy of that, and if there's been any changes made for those to be highlighted.
Elaborate on?
Yes.
So if they come in, they assist us with the arresting of a tribal warrant. That is a case that is not investigated by the marshals, not a case investigated by the state. The tribe, my division, is the investigating entity. When they are arrested on a tribal warrant, assistance for the U.S. Marshal, they are not the arresting entity. Criminal investigations is the arresting entity. They are arrested on their tribal charges and they are placed in a tribal jail where they still go before a tribal prosecutor, tribal judge and everything. The only time they ever get taken off the reservation is if they have a federal warrant. And then our hands are tied because we are obligated by the Major Crimes Act. If there's something that reaches the threshold of a major crime, we have to forward off to the U.S. Attorney within the contract as well. But with this, they are assisting us with tribal warrants, and it still goes before a tribal judge, prosecutor, and everything, and stays within our jail. It just helps us with the manpower, also the safety concerns to which come into play for a lot of these situations. Things can go from 0 to 100 very, very quick. Something that might seem extremely simple can turn into something extremely violent. And it's comforting knowing that we can have the phone call saying, hey, I'm bogged down. I've only got 4 guys. We just went here for something simple and it turned into this. We're on our way.
Royal and Lila.
Madam Chair, I have my hand raised.
Okay, Mike.
Get me up to on the list, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, what Mike's saying, and then, Toshi back here, like, St. Francis, and then we look at the crime on the Rosebud. And I was not on council at the time, but, was he hektak ya, meniluza o yaka hektak ya, tako shichashka na lecha na khmari, cha hektak ya, wichoshka. Cha me work cha me paki washte na shicha. Chilela hey chum chashna hey the way I see it thank you for coming up and but the way I see it it's good and bad because I know, people out there, they'll do something, or even, undocumented. I know Matt Rappold, when he was our chief prosecutor, he said there was over 200 undocumented, people on Rosebud. And also, I heard of a case where somebody did something in Rapid, and then they came here and hid. So I see things like, people using this as a sanctuary and criminal, like, Mike, St. Francis Consulate talks about the people that he's having and, having a hard time with, but I know, Oyate Kanta, when we suppress and oppress our people, maybe they're hungry or nowhere to live, the drugs, they're gonna turn. Yeah, they're gonna, we're at our own, we do that for, our own people. They become, no purpose. They sit at home. There's no jobs. Oppression. They're gonna turn. They're gonna do something bad. I'll say that much.
Lila?
Mike, did you want to go first?
No, good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just what, Mike and Royal touched up on. I sat on council when we had that incident where we had to, we approved this and we used it one time. And when that happened, and that person was here on the reservation, and, it really was disruptive to our tribe. I remember one of the schools was in lockdown. We were in session that time, and we made this decision because that person was hiding here. But we worked with, I think it was these guys, the marshals, and that person was arrested. Were you working at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I remember that happened, but I think, it's a tough one, because on one hand, it's with our rights, our people's rights. I'm worried about that, how we don't want to infringe on that. The second thing that I know that does happen is, once our people leave our reservation and they go to peer, they're doomed. I went to hearings and I went to stuff with Grandpa Leonard. All of them, they hauled them away. And some of them were, 20 years old, 21 years old? That's really hard to see. And, it is good to try to work with the rehab. And that's not on your guys' end. But also on this end, I worry for you guys' safety. I worry for what could happen. Anything can happen anymore. So I think that this is gonna take more discussion, and the people need to hear this, and they need to understand, because there was a thing here, and we don't want to confuse this with ICE, and Ms. Noem sent out a letter saying that they weren't going to touch Native Americans, but people are afraid of that. So we just have to really inform them of what this is. Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need help. We're underfunded. Our police department is underfunded. We don't have enough police officers, or I imagine our investigative services are underfunded, our court system is underfunded. But our drug dealers are doing quite well, and if nothing else could come from this, if this activity or this partnership would impact the availability of drugs, you know, on our reservation, it's worth considering. This is, these kinds of things are out of our comfort zone. We're so traumatized, you know, because of our history that we tend to put blinders on, you know, when it comes to solutions that might work, or solutions that are that look uncomfortable for us, to us, because of, you know, our identity, our sovereignty, and that sort of thing, you know. But we need help, and I'm sure this agreement is well intentioned and meant to help. If it goes wrong at some point, hell, we can get out of it. Chalk it off as an experience that we will have learned something from. But let's don't be afraid, you know, to discuss this. And let's look at the positive aspects of it. I'm sure you know, this is presented as a positive, well-intentioned proposal. Let's not scare. I've seen us scare ourselves out of solutions, finding solutions in the past, you know, and look where we are. Look where we're at. We need help. We may not want to admit it, but we need help. You know, things are out of control. You know, and it's time to think out of the box and be bold. Sure, we're gonna make mistakes, but we're the leaders. We got to make decisions. I'm sure that the majority of them will be worth the effort. Some of them will turn out to be wrong. That's the way. That's life, man. Thank you.
I'm glad you said that, sir. This MOU doesn't just go past arrest warrants and arresting people and everything else. It also includes what you had talked about, search warrants. I was on the drug task force, and I oversee the drug task force and all criminal investigations. There have been many times where I have written a search warrant ready to go. I didn't have manpower. I didn't have officers who were available. They were on leave. Everything was going crazy. I had to hold off a couple of days before we could serve the search warrant. Missed out on some opportunities. But they have also come in and adopted our search warrants and have helped us out in many situations on search warrants where it would have been a very much a high risk situation. You brought it up. I am asking for help. That's flat out why I'm here. I need help for me to be able to accomplish what I need to do for the tribe and for the people. I can't do it by myself with 4 people. I need help and everything. I wanted to do an operation this weekend on drugs. I requested some help through the IABDE. Unfortunately, I have to rely on them to come from everywhere from my state as well to get some help, and I'm not going to be able to get the manpower that I need to accomplish what I wanted to do this weekend. So, still going to make something work. I'm still going to make something happen, but I do need the help.
I have Toots, Tammy, Sherry, and Royal.
We do need the help. Mike said it. We do need to be bold. But we also need to inform our people too, in a way that they understand this process. We should have done this a long time ago. Explaining to the people and reaching out, because we really need help before we lose another life. We have our listeners, our people listening, and we also have those committing the crimes listening too. And we need to figure something out here so they don't get away with taking another life. Madam Chair, I don't remember the month exactly, but you did pass out your state of emergency plan to us. Can you pass that out again today?
I don't know if I can find it today. I'll have to go through my stuff.
Okay, all right. And then
I have to do it at next week's meeting.
And then we can also go off that to the state of emergency, because it states some of that stuff in there also. But we really have to figure this out. We have to figure it out soon. Because, again, Mr. Council Rep Bolt said, we need to be bold here. We need to make some moves for the future of the people here on the Rosebud. Thank you.
Tammy, Sherry, Royal, Lila.
I have a couple questions here, but what would be the process of the investigative process, and who will be responsible for the charges and the reports on what goes federal, if anything was to go federal? Because, you know, I've been to a lot of, quite a few court cases that went federal, and a lot of those times, though, the judges would actually say this does not belong here, but it's here and we have to deal with it. And the other issue, and I will use this as an example, one case that went federal, it was a very poorly written report, and it said, you know, a child suffered a brain bleed, but the medical report clearly showed that the minor had just a scrape to the scalp, and those bleed. But the report that was written by the officers that sent it there, that was, I mean, it was poorly written report. So maybe, I don't know, and maybe some of my colleagues might want to consider this, but maybe we need to actually reconsider reopening some of these cases that went federal for the way the reports were badly written, and the suggestion of the judges that said that they don't belong here. And because I always say this, that our scale of justice is tipped. And I say that because there's a lot of tribal members that get pushed federal that shouldn't necessarily be there, considering that there was other situations where people were connected to somebody in authority that didn't get pushed federal, like a broken jaw, for instance, or something like that, but didn't go federal, but somebody else who broke the jaw would go federal.
Okay.
So maybe that is something that we can reconsider in judiciary, and maybe have the Department of OJS come down and look into some of these that actually went federal and see how we can actually start making good decisions on who goes federal. Because we do, like she said, put a lot of people in the system unnecessarily. That is one of my concerns, is it needs to be corrected. Sherry?
Yeah, I just want to go back to this MOU. I think that we should probably send it back to committee for more further review and negotiation if available. 2 days ago, I seen a announcement on the Twister that a St. Francis woman got 2 years in jail for shooting someone with a pellet gun. Her own yard. Yeah, in her yard. So, I mean, that goes to show there was non-members in the comments making comments saying 2 years for a pellet gun. And that just goes to show the type of justice our people get when they go to these federal and state systems. So I want to protect our people from that, and I'm not saying we're innocent. I'm not saying that we don't have offenders or violent offenders that need to be arrested or jailed for their offenses. However, I do think we need to do better at taking care of our people. This MOU gives all the authority to the district chief deputy. So those are my concerns and my recommendations. The use of force portion on here kind of does scare me. I'll be honest, it does scare me. When I think about excessive use of force and people within our own agencies, we have our own tribal members who spit on an officer or a jailer, and they're sitting in federal penitentiaries right now for spitting on somebody's shoe or pushing them. And those are things that clearly need to be addressed before we start bringing outside agencies in. Councilwoman, Committee Chair, do you know if the committee has made any motions or recommendations to request the BIA to bring extra assistance? Because I do know that we have a shortage of officers.
No, there has not been motions brought forward. I did reach out to Madam President regarding the shortage at the police department, and she advised she would handle it. So that's where that.
Okay, this has not been read in yet, right? It's still tabled?
No, we didn't even approve emergency legislation yet.
Okay.
We haven't.
So with that, council, I want to make a motion to send a request to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, requesting that they send some officers in to help with our shortage.
The request was sent in last October and they still haven't responded, so we'll just reiterate that same request
I want to make the motion, but
To the DOJ?
to Olivia Steve Bureau.
Second.
thank you.
And Lila, second, is there any discussion? If not, I need a question. Coates, all in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carries. And then let's, we keep veering off from actually approving this. We've had lunch waiting for about an hour. I know these questions are important. Some of these questions should probably have been discussed in judiciary before they even came here. So if you limit your time to the 2 minutes that Ben is keeping you on, it's appreciated. Royal, Lila, Tanya and Sherry.
Hoyle, Taku, Warwickta. Which all below now, When I look at banishment, and then I look at how Cheyenne River, Harold Fraser, he put a banishment in there. So when tribal members, they take them to the reservation line and they have to do these things like treatment or something. Then they approach council again and ask to come back. There was Harold Fraser did that during his administration, and then banishment. Ogalanga's there was a army recruiter. Now, when I look at banishment, our jurisdiction here, Hogana, I look at our people never had a banishment, but they had wolf here. When we look at jurisdiction, a Major Crimes Act, ex parte Crodog, all these laws in our jurisdiction. Here, Hogana, we want a sovereign Hogana Ichuska Chimska as they already have that power. And I went to OJS with Rodney and we asked about FBI cold cases, why they pull FBI off cases that go on a reservation. And here Hogana, we always talk Wogalakoki Oabkeki. Na toshke wichoshka lana hoch ipashka na tako shichaska hanta. So I would think that those are things that can be looked at now. Wogalaka opi. That Harold Fraser's banishment. I know Ryman's there now, but they still have people approach council and ask after they went through the certain steps to come back into the tribe. There's actually things that are done already. Other tribes.
Lila, Tanya, Sherry, Mike, and Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really thankful that we're able to have this discussion, and there's a lot of things that have to be brought to the forefront, and we are really in some very, very, very tough times. One of my biggest concerns now is our guns. There's guns everywhere. I don't know how they're being, bought or given, but I worry that if we don't act on these things soon within a time limit, I don't want another life lost, let alone especially an officer. And now with the manpower issue, people know that. there's a issue with manpower. And, that could even affect the crimes. It, probably went up. So, that's one thing on the, gun issue. But I have my chairman here. If no opposition, can I get him the floor, please?
Is there any objection? If not, you have the floor.
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Darwin Moknigo. I'm bringing an issue to the table, and my daughter's been involved in a real bad. They beat her up, basically, and she's a senior in high school, 17 years old. The lady that did that is 42 years old, and I didn't want to come here. I never came here for anything, but I exhausted all my contacts with the police department. They won't talk to me, nothing. So I contacted the tribal president. And, this happened on February 10th, and still no arrest. The lady's still out there, still running her mouth. She's all happy what she did to my daughter. This is what she did. So, I want something done.
And you did send me the complaint,
Mm-hmm.
and I told you that, I asked you if you could sign that form, so I can address it with them, so they can give you a response.
Okay, and then just because you're in front of this body, let's not be all talk. Let's do something. Let's start protecting the people.
Thank you, Darren. Thank you. Tanya, Sherry, Mike, Michelle.
Hey, good afternoon, council of law enforcement, everybody that's listening out there, all our visitors. I just have one comment, and it's something similar to the Spring Creek Community Chair there. I wanted to point out that, we're here to protect our members from, we don't want them to be charged for felons for every little thing. There are some that I know of. One particular involves my son. He was shot in the head 2 years ago in July. He was shot in the head. He survived, but if you would have saw my house, you would have saw him, the emotions that it caused, and this young man still runs free. He's never been charged federally. He's never been charged with anything concerning my son, and I kept in contact with some of the former staff employees down at the prosecutor's office, and they all don't work there no more, and I don't get no answers. So what I want to ask is, how does somebody who commits that major of a crime, my son almost lost his life. He was shot in the head. That bullet went through his brain. Luckily, he survived because of the way the bullet entered his brain. And this boy's never been charged. He goes around, he assaults people still, he commits crime after crime. He's in jail, out of jail, but he's never been charged with my son's assault. And that was an attempt on his life.
No events you're talking about, that case file was submitted to the U.S. Attorney's Office and was pending decision. The initial agent who had that case is no longer with us, and I have reassigned it. He completed it and he submitted it.
Okay, so I've asked that question many times and I've never gotten any answers because my son has issues now. He has like a PTSD kind of thing where he has nightmares and he gets mad, he gets frustrated because he was in jail for being drunk or whatever about a year ago. This boy was in jail with him. He was taunting him. When they go by, they were in different pods and he would peek in at him and fake like he was shooting at him, and they'll all laugh, these people that he was with. So
Whenever you're free, give me a call. I can explain everything to you, okay?
Oh, I forgot one last thing. When this incident happened, I got a restraining order the same day on me and my daughter. And then when I put in a restraining order, it's still pending. So,
Thank you. Mike and Michelle.
Yeah, I just have just a comment. I've heard this statement by, comments by federal judges, this case doesn't belong here, blah, blah. And then a recent incident in St. Francis where a lady ended up in the federal system for shooting somebody with a pellet gun. She got 2 years. Okay. Well, you know what? Those situations are an indictment of our own court system. We can imprison somebody for up to 2 years. And I'm sure we can imprison somebody for assault. And yet it went federal. And again, I'm referring to this case in St. Francis. But when a federal judge says this case doesn't belong here, and they've been saying that for a long time, that means that's because we failed to prosecute here. And that's on us. It's not on anybody else. And I don't think we should, and I don't mean to berate anybody, I don't think we should make comments like when you spit on an officer, you end up in the federal system, and there's something wrong with that. I don't think we should be saying that publicly, because that's like making it sound it's okay to spit on an officer. Let's watch what we say.
You were gonna shoot somebody earlier.
Michelle, Tammy.
I know it wasn't intentional, but.
Just real quick, I know Councilwoman Juan brought up the state of emergency and the plan. I know you said that you could get it to us by the next meeting, but is there any way we can get it sooner? I haven't even seen that plan at all.
It went out months ago, but yeah, I'll have one of my staff print it out. Yeah.
Okay, so we've been in the state of emergency since I think May of last year, and we still don't have a plan to review or a plan to present to our communities or the tribal, enrolled members. So if we can get that and review it, has it been approved or was it just reviewed by council?
I'm not sure. I'll ask Bob. Bob put it together and it did come out to his body to take back to the communities. I don't know if you weren't here that day or
I
you
wasn't
didn't
here
get it.
that day. I never.
So we
seen
can
the
get it to
plan
you.
at all. As far as management and, Councilman Royal said that go off of what other tribes are doing, but there's so much, I guess wording by the attorney needs to be done on this banishment ordinance because the current banishment ordinance that we have in place applies mostly to non-members, which means that our enrolled members have more rights than a non-member does. It's real easy to banish a non-enrolled member, but it's not as easy when you come across an enrolled member. I don't know if I should get back to my report or finish questions.
Let's finish these last two questions, get back to your reports so that we can take a break. We've had people sitting here for a long time that need to take a lunch break. All of you, your lunch has been sitting out there for an hour now. But, Tammy, Emily, and then finish your reports so we can move on.
Okay, just really quick, I think your report that you passed out, I think it was last month, should be in last month's stuff with the secretary, right? Can you get a copy of that and pass that out to council?
Okay.
And then, because during that time, there wasn't anything in that report for us to approve, so it wasn't approved. What I wanted to, say, maybe I'll bring this up in judiciary, is, who do we request, some of these cases be reopened and looked into to make sure that they were investigated and the reports were done correctly? Who do we do that with?
That's a question for you guys.
So I review case files when it comes to the criminal investigation division. I don't review all of the patrol reports. I review the patrol reports to which come our way. To be honest with you, a lot of times there are some poorly written police reports, patrol reports. That's where it falls into my guys' experience, training, and me getting more you need to touch on. More you need to get into. That's why a lot of these investigations do take so long, because we have to reapproach a lot of people and fill in those missing blanks. I can't answer for a lot of patrol reports, but I can answer for my guys' case narratives and their investigations.
Okay, I'll wait till judiciary on the 20th and then I'll do that.
Emily.
Thank you. I'll try to be fast, sorry. Just 3 quick things. I'll ask them first so I don't use up my whole minutes on the responses. But the first question I have is, do you have any idea of how many other tribal nations, either within the state or within the nation, have signed on to similar agreements?
From my understanding, we'll be the first.
Okay. Thank you. Also, can you talk a little bit, or I don't know if it'd be you or who, but about if this is our only option? Because it seemed like in some of our other conversations, we were talking about the need for, recruitment, retention, expanding our budget or reworking our budget so that we can offer, more benefits to entice that. Do we have an update on that?
So for right now, what we're proposing, what we've been trying to push is the safest, quickest, and the best option for the time being. Once we get numbers back up and we get everything to where we need to be, we have the right to pull out of this MOU.
Because I just would hate to go rush into this MOU when there may be underlying issues that we need to address that are actual PD, why we only have the staff that we do. And then in regards to the banishment, I just wanted to say, I forgot to mention earlier, when it was discussed, it was discussed about it's not ever going to be able to be something that we can arrest our way out of or banish our way out of. We've all talked about the underlying issues regarding drugs use and all that kind of stuff. I mean, our homelessness, there's so many different factors for this. And so I really want to reiterate the need for having collaborative meetings. Not only within our own tribe, within our own tribal programs, but within our tribal nations and our partners and our allies. The reason why I say that is some of the successful tribal nations that have done that were able to use banishment as a tool in addition to expanding their laws as far as long-term treatment. We know now science tells us that you need at least a year of sobriety before any treatment can even be functional or successful. So I just wanted to throw that out that we do have the ability to work with our tribal nations and our partners to get that long-term facility funded and staffed and all of that, and then our local ones could be. Thank you for extending my time.
Michelle,
Can
can
we,
you finish your report so we can,
well, can we just break for lunch and then I can finish after we're done?
all right, we'll break up our lunch for a half hour.
I know.
Sorry.
Thank you, Michelle, because I think there's a lot more to your report that needs to be talked about.
All right,
We need to
we're on break.
prosecutor's office.
I had a comment on it too, that, when we asked him, he didn't have a charter. That's why.
Yeah, because there was stipulations that he was supposed to comply with. I mean, not him, but some time back that were never made, right? Kim knows because she did the research on it. And so it still doesn't have that place. But you can start.
Those resolutions that,
Ben? Or the emergency legislation?
no, we just passed these this morning, but apparently that somehow I got the wrong ones. So they need to be motion to reconsider and amend.
Ouch, ouch.
Is it 29,
28,
28, 29?
28.
Yeah.
Second motion to reconsider and amend. Okay.
So that amendment is only going to be the sixth paragraph. The funding source was not correct on the original resolution.
Okay, so who is the funding source?
Actually, it wasn't even the funding source, it's just the wording in that last whereas.
No court.
Yeah, take out the court.
Take out the court.
So you're taking out,
The tribal court is just under White Buffalo County.
did everybody get that? It's a resend and amend.
Reconsider.
Oh, reconsider and amend, and you need to remove the court part. Because it's only White Buffalo cap. Michelle, start it on. Sherry or Tammy? Sherry second. Question Totes, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried. Next one.
Just to carry on with the report, we had a motion.
29? You're
Oh.
29.
Sorry. Motion to reconsider and amend 2026-29 for the same reason.
Second, Sherry, question Totes, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion carried. Okay, Michelle.
We've been having some issues when it comes to SOBA. There was a resolution that was brought to council years ago. I think it was under Rodney's, President Borrell's administration, but it never was passed through council, which established SOBA. So right now, there's no oversight over SOBA. We've been asking them to come to judiciary, and as of today, nobody's come. Council did select Councilwoman Wilcox to sit on that committee, and she's requested to have a meeting with them, and nobody's ever responding. So there was a motion made in committee to remove the SOBA board. Advertise and have new people selected to sit on that since they're not responding. Because the resolution does need to be brought back to council for some type of oversight as well. But right now, they're just working with no oversight, nobody to report to, and nothing.
Okay, so it's just removing the members,
Yeah.
not the
Not the
board.
actual, no. But that does have to be approved as well. So right now, like they had some issues as far as getting licenses or testing and just no responses through emails or phone calls from the secretary and things like
Who's the
that.
chair?
She's the secretary, right?
Tammy?
I believe Travis, Woodenknife is the chair, and Aisha Carr is the secretary. Some of the concerns that, were, also brought up to me, when I was visiting with my grandma's attorney in Valentine was that, there was an issue with the SOBA, dues. There was no accountability for them as well. And they haven't been meeting. That was another issue. And when they do it by email. It's just, a simple question passed down, everyone says yes or no, and that's it. But that's not how you conduct legal meetings. So the motion was to actually remove the SOBA board, not the whole members,
The committees.
but the committee board.
Committee members. Yeah. You want to be specific when you say it, if you're going to make that a motion? That you want to remove the committee members, not the board?
Okay. They are the board, aren't they?
But didn't you say you want to remove all of them and replace them with new members?
Yeah, that was your motion.
Yeah.
So are you making it
I
now?
can make the motion to remove SOBA.
Get it?
I don't know who all the names are on the board. Yes. This is the secretary's office might know. I don't know. Like
It
we
can,
said,
it can
there's
be
no-
pulled up on the internet. It has it on there.
And advertise
Yeah.
for how long? On next month's meeting? A March meeting?
Motion by Tammy. I need a second, then we'll have discussion.
Did you make the motion?
Oh, I mean, Michelle.
Okay, I'll
Sorry.
second it.
Michelle, motion by Michelle, second by Tammy. Any discussion? Emily, Mike, and Sherry.
Thank you. Sorry for my ignorance. I understand what SOBA is, and that's about it as far as like, so I guess my question is, because there's no oversight ordinance or resolution or anything, do we just fall back on just council authority that removes that? Because normally, like if you have a board, it's by bylaws and you have to follow a process, but I'm assuming that there's no process because there's no resolution. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And then because there's no resolution and they weren't set up, we don't have to worry about a due process because there's no process to follow.
Right.
Thank you.
Mike?
Yeah, that was that kind of goes to my question, my question. First, certainly there was some sort of founding document, wasn't there?
There was a resolution that was never approved by council, and I believe it did go through Judiciary Committee way back in the day that approved all of that, but it just never got approved through council.
But what are the rules? Any rules set out in the resolution?
I'm trying to pull it up.
I have you on there after Sherry.
And I say that because obviously I would think that the people that are sitting on that board right now probably think that they have the protection of that resolution or whatever, that I guess you're telling us wasn't put in place completely.
Did you research it?
It says all the SOBA records are in the custody of Aisha Carr, who is the secretary/treasurer. Section 4 of Article 11 of the Tribal Constitution gives Judge Marshall the authority, and he authorized the creation of SOBA, which authorized, there was an amendment signed back in,
Did you talk with Eric as well? Michelle?
no, we just got all of these court documents from the courthouse because we had assumed that the court had oversight of SOBA, but Cheryl said they didn't because the resolution was never approved through council. So although Judge Marshall had it set up and established everything, it just never got approved. So then,
Any chance did you speak with Judge Marshall? Just for a history and background?
just Cheryl.
And what's this with Aisha Carr having the documents? I mean, she was Attorney General.
I don't know how they established their board or their committee.
She was Attorney General, and I can only imagine this had to happen while she was acting as Attorney General. Maybe not, unless she's a member of the board.
They do have articles of incorporation.
Perhaps there's some documents over there in the Attorney General's office.
These articles of incorporation were signed back in April of 1997. along with the resolution
Eric,
that never got approved.
President, Eddie,
Eric.
President's asking for you.
Can I? When I
Yeah.
have this, the American Bar Association.
Go ahead, Tammy.
Okay, so Judge Marshall's letter that was sent to Rodney, and this was sent back in September 9th of 2020. And Judge Marshall's letter states, the following narrative involves the founding of the Sichango Oyate Bar Association as it applies to the admission to practice law in the courts of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. The following relevant Rosebud Sioux tribe law and order code section apply. First, 9-2-2 of the Rosebud Sioux tribe law and order code provides. Any professional attorney who is an active member in good standing of the South Dakota State Bar or any attorney certified to practice before the highest court of any other state or Supreme Court of the United States is eligible to be admitted to practice before the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Court. An admission fee of $100 shall be paid by the professional attorneys to practice before the tribal courts. Also, Section 9-2-3 provides all counsel shall also take and pass a tribal bar examination, testing their knowledge of tribal law and professional ethics. No counsel shall practice in tribal court without having first passed such examination and paying the appropriate admission fee. The chief tribal judge shall be responsible to set up the testing mechanism for all counsel. All attorneys, both lay and professional, shall abide by a code of professional responsibilities which from time to time shall be adopted by the American Bar Association. In addition, 9-2-4 in relevant part provides, both professional attorneys and lay counsel shall make application for admission to practice before the courts of the Rosebud Sioux tribe to the chief tribal judge, who shall review the application and if satisfied that the applicant meets the qualifications necessary to practice before the court, the chief judge shall, upon the paying of the proper fees and subscribing and swearing to the following oath, issue the proper license to the applicant. Previous to enactment of Title IX, there was no bar examination for admission to practice of law in the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court. Lawyers were admitted to practice so long as they were an active member in good standing of the South Dakota State Bar, or certified to practice before the highest court of any other state or the Supreme Court of the United States. An admission fee of $100 was required to be paid by professional attorneys to practice before the tribal courts, as noted in 9-2-3 requires the chief judge to set up the testing mechanism for the bar exam. This is a huge undertaking. I, as chief judge, made the decision to delegate this responsibility to an organized bar association to assist with administering the bar exam and to provide an independent, fair, and non-political process to ensure that tribal member clients are adequately represented and to address complaints regarding alleged unethical or otherwise improper behavior. To accomplish this, I invited all the attorneys who were admitted to practice in RST court to a meeting to establish a committee to get the ball rolling. The bar was organized and the Sichango Oyate Bar Association bylaws were established. The president of the association attended a special meeting of the Tribal Council on January 10th, 1997 to present a resolution for the Tribal Council to recognize SOBA as the official integrated bar association of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Courts. Once the bar was organized, it assumed the administration of the bar, examination and rules of procedure for disciplinary committee. Attached is a copy of the resolution with a handwritten notification that it was adopted as of January 10th, 1997. The association proceeded to operate with the assumption that the resolution was duly adopted. Unfortunately, it was later discovered that for some unknown reason, a proper documentation of the resolution could not be found. After it was discovered that documentation of the resolution could not be found, it was decided by the association that the matter should be taken back to the tribal council for reaffirmation. However, due to turnover of officers of the association, this has yet to be done. That's from Judge Marshall. So I think until they can actually do something the procedurally correct way, that,
That's why I asked Eric to come in, because you don't want to violate their due process. So I wanted you to come in to let us know if these members need to first have due process, because you don't want to be responsible for violating that. So I'm asking you, Eric, if they make this motion to remove the SOBA board members,
Good afternoon, council.
would that violate their due process without letting them respond?
Bar associations operates under the court. I think you should have the court's perspective because they're supervised by the court and the appellate. And since the court is a separate branch of government, you should get their input into that.
So if you didn't do that, do you want to table it until you get that
We
information?
did do that. We asked Cheryl and she said the court does not oversee them.
Is she the appellate?
She's the court administrator.
Well, she's the court administrator, but I mean, the court itself, which is
Patty,
the
sure.
chief judge. And the Supreme Court judge to justice. But if, you know, they're the ones that license practitioners for the court. So, unless you've already got something from the court that concurs with your motion, then, I don't know, I assume judiciary did that. I wasn't part of that meeting, so.
Have Tammy, Sherry and then Tammy, Sherry Coates and then Tammy again.
Thank you. So if they're not under the courts and they're not a committee of the tribe, so are they like a organization that have, you said they have articles of incorporation, so then they were incorporated by the revenue department as a nonprofit organization entity, which means they have their own board and the council has no authority over them necessarily, but they do have to submit annual reports to the revenue department as a nonprofit entity. So we'd have to see if they've done that, and who their board is. And then if they're doing work for the courts, there should be some documentation that links the courts through an MOU or some sort of an agreement. Was that ever given to you all? Nope.
That's why I'm suggesting that you table it, because it sounds like you've done your research, but you don't have the written documents to support completely. You do, but not completely, and you don't want to violate due process.
Well, I don't think there'd be due process if we don't have jurisdiction over the board. What we do have jurisdiction over is any MOUs or the tribe utilizing them. So I would just make a motion on council to get that information and have the courts report that to the judiciary committee for review. And to request that the revenue department give them a certificate of good standing to show that they do have their articles of incorporation, that they've turned in their annual reports.
And then can you get Cheryl to put that in writing for you? Or did she?
Yeah, the email that she sent me in the last sentence in there, she said these are tasks that the court itself should not be doing in regards to SOBA.
All right. Totes and Tammy.
And Mike.
Mike.
I was just gonna make the motion to table it because Marion our council woman brought this up, and it has the board of bar commissioners, and some of them have even expired and they're still practicing. I think we should table this until we get all the information on this stuff, because it's pulled up right here as of March. Yep, so it's here. So I think we should table it till we gather all this information and
We'll send it back to committee.
Yeah, send it back.
Because the motion came from committee, so
okay,
we can send it back.
So you want to rescind your motion and table it and send it back to the committee?
Yeah.
Okay. So motion to table by Totes.
I'll just rescind my motion.
You just rescind it? Okay.
Thank you.
Tammy, Mike, and Emily.
Well, you tabled this one out, there's
It's-
no more
it's not-
discussion on the issue.
It's not- Shut up. It's not tabled. It was rescinded.
I motion to table the discussion on this until everything is brought back.
Well, when it's tabled, there is no further discussion on it once it's tabled.
It wasn't tabled though, so I'll motion to table the
Yeah, sorry.
discussion on it.
Motion by Chris to table, second by Totes, question by Mary, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
0, oh, 1, 2, 3,
Not voting?
0.
Tabled. No more discussion on this topic.
We have 12 in the room?
Yeah, there's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, we counted 12, 9.
Yeah, there's your
motion
There's
to
12.
request that information.
I know.
Okay, Michelle, you're next.
We can make it in committee.
Yeah.
We'll request it there, because we meet Friday. Just another update regarding the prosecutor's office. So this body had hired an assistant chief prosecutor, and she had hired some help in there because she ended up losing her staff. But another issue regarding SOBA, I'm not bringing all of that stuff up, but there was no way to get her help licensed because there was no response from SOBA to allow her help to practice into tribal court. So that was another issue that they had. There's an issue with the Zerker. I don't know if everybody's familiar with Zerker, but it's one of the police department uses it to enter their police reports, and then the prosecutor's office can go in there and pull those reports and then type their complaints and charge people. Well, there was an issue because there's no policy in regards to Zerker. So it was a matter of not allowing the prosecutor's office access to the Zerker. And as a result of that, cases were being dismissed. People weren't being charged. I'm hoping they got it situated. I don't know what happened at the last judiciary meeting, as I had missed it, but that was an issue. And they were trying to create some policy around that and allow for users from the prosecutor's office to get in so cases wouldn't be dismissed.
And I made an administrative decision not to allow them to have Zerker. And I can't discuss the cases with you because they're in a write-up, but there was confidentiality breached.
That was with the
And
prior
so that's why I made the administrative decision after it was brought to me. And a process is in place, and they are able to access the information through a request, which in turn is dual because that mandates that the officers do their reports. Once they do their reports and they request them, they are sent over to the prosecutor's office.
Well,
and it's based on, I gave it to Bob Becker to take it to the committee because it's based on, I don't have it in front of me. I got you, Sherry. It's based on information from, it's something to do with the laws. Did he give it to you?
No, I have not received anything other than the fact that cases were being dismissed because the police reports were not given to the prosecutor in a timely manner. There was not access to the Zerker. There was a motion made in judiciary to allow the prosecutor's office to have access because all of those issues that you're talking about happened with the prior staff, not the current.
As a reminder, committees are recommending bodies and you made the recommendation, but you have to protect the rights of the people.
That's what we're doing.
And that can be a violation.
Point of
And
order, Madam Chair is not supposed to entertain a discussion back and forth. So a few of us have the floor, we're requesting the floor.
I was responding to Michelle, but just remember that. Folks,
You know, one thing that we need to do too, like, there might have even been a couple motions on the floor, you guys, to have all, those areas have a planning meeting, start meeting monthly. I think Bob made that motion a couple times for the courts and all of them to meet. And maybe it would be a solution to all this too. But that motion was made by Bob a couple times.
And just as a request, Madam Chair, the next time you make an executive decision or administrative decision, like you said, can you let me know as the chair so I know that? So I can inform my committee as well. Thank you.
I have Tammy, Mike, Emily, and Totes. Chair.
Actually, yours before me.
That was the last round.
With this Zerker system, they can actually be assigned their own little attribute where they can actually just pull up certain stuff. And it's just like, medical records. Certain departments get their own access to certain parts of that system. And that's what Zerker can do. So a lot of these that was brought up, you know, these cases were dismissed because there was no police report. So when you said, you know, we're trying to protect our people, well, we actually are trying to protect our people to keep people, you know, either in, to get them prosecuted and these people aren't back on the streets or however you want to say that. But if they don't have access to it and they can't do it right away, they're being released. So just so you know, that's part of Zerker.
Mike?
So this system, what's it called?
Zerker.
Zerker.
It's the system they go into.
By the provincial, it's St. Francis Mission. Anyway, historical. So this system, is it to facilitate the transition of a police report over to the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
That kind of a,
Yeah.
as opposed to the old way where some officer filled out a report and handed it over.
Yes.
So officers aren't filing reports?
No, they're filing
Reports
them.
aren't being filed or showing up in the system or?
They're showing up in the system, but the prosecutor's office does not have access to
They're
that
not picking
system.
up their mail, basically.
No, they don't have access to it. They don't have a login to get in there to look at that report, to do their, the administrative, the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mike?
Holy Christ. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
Mike?
A system that's supposed to do this and doesn't do it.
The other thing that Zerker allows is for anyone that has access to go into your entire background to look at what your information is on anything that's ever been filed against you.
Yeah, well,
And
yeah,
some of that-
okay, well, that's another problem.
Yeah,
But
some of
just the
that
fact
information,
That's
some of that information in the past had been revealed to other people, and that's why there was a restriction put on it.
Well, all I can say is no wonder the system's screwed up. Order.
he has the
He has the
floor.
floor. Are you done, Mike?
Yeah, I'm done.
Emily?
All right, then, good.
Emily?
Sorry, I don't know, this kind of a question that I had earlier, so I don't know if it's underneath the tabling motion, I apologize if it is, but I was just wondering if there are no policies, are they being drafted, or do we need to take action to start that process? Because I know that the Zerker accessibility and all that kind of stuff has been an issue since it started years ago, and so it's kind of sad that it's still going on, and so if it hasn't been drafted, I was wondering if we could make a motion to start
I
that.
believe that they are working on policies right now.
Okay.
They just haven't brought them forward or been approved yet.
But it'll establish who gets access, and because I
Yeah,
understand.
and ownership, I believe, is supposed to be under IT. And then IT allows access and creates their usernames. And they can also limit like what they can access.
Yes, and that's what I was getting to, that gets spelled out in that policy, that's why I was wanting to know.
So it's not just a free-for-all, you can look at everybody's
And
background.
once you have those accessing permissions, then they can track who's accessing, so if there is a breach of confidentiality,
stamp.
there's a paper trail to address that specifically without the whole system being an issue.
So
Okay.
there's a stamp in there too that shows anytime anybody logs in, what they look at, what the time, the date, and who is looking at what.
I just wanted to make sure that the policies are gonna oversee that part of it.
So once
Thank
that's
you.
put in place, Emily, I believe that that would be the point in time when they could have that access, when you have that policy in place.
So
and
until that
have
time, cases will just be dismissed because they can't get their police reports.
I
They're not getting them in a timely manner.
I've got information that I can't discuss on the floor right now because of the case. But, Totes and Sherry. Totes. Totes.
Oh, wait, Madam Chair.
Pardon?
Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
Wait, okay.
Hey, this Friday, we're supposed to have a meeting, and the motion was carried to have ACF, Judiciary Committee, BIA, Finance Office, Treasurer, and the courthouse to have a meeting to work together on Zerker. Has that ever been sent out?
That meeting got set up and none of the parties showed except for Bob Becker and the prosecutor. So the meeting just was never held.
For the February.
Oh, maybe there was another motion at the last meeting I wasn't at. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry that I'm getting frustrated, but I could clear a lot of this up because you three weren't at the meeting. I said it on the meeting last week. A second, motion was made to host that meeting. And, what's going on with the Zerker is exactly what they're saying is absolutely correct. Each entity can have a module, their own module set for prosecutors. And the IT director came in and talked to all of us about this. So, adult corrections has a module. Prosecutors has a module. Law enforcement has a module. Now, what the problem is this was purchased with contract support funds. So there's a push and pull on who's in charge of who gets to see and be logged into Zerker. So that's where the issue is. Right now, it's with the police department. They're the ones who are issuing it. IT has oversight, not necessarily that they can log in and see. They just add users and they just maintain the server. So right now, the police department has full authority saying who gets to see or have a user access to Zerker. So that's what the problem is the police department is dictating to another entity that they can't have access to Zerker that was paid for by contract support funds. So the issue at committee came up. They did make a second motion to start the policies. The chief of police and the CI guy, they said that they were going to bring policies forth. And apparently the prosecutor's office is going to bring policies forth as well. However, at Economic Development Committee, one of the things that we're working on that's going to kind of entwine into this is an overall user access policy. When it comes to policy, this body is the one who has to approve that. And I guess, thank you for listening to that, Councilwoman. How many cases have been dismissed due to poor police reporting and due to lack of access to police reports?
I don't have the exact number, but it's a lot.
Okay. Can you report that out to us at the next meeting?
Yes.
One last question that I have, Councilwoman, is a while back when we had a transition with the prosecutor's office, the prosecutor's office had a new employee who's no longer there, who made the comment to Judiciary Committee that the police reports were not good. And we made a motion, okay, I'm gonna finish. That we made a motion that they get training on doing police reports. Was that done, Councilwoman?
No, when we asked about the training regarding the police reports, it was stated to committee from the captain, I believe. Is he the captain? That he could train them, that he would review the reports and he would train them. And that was the last we had heard of it.
At the Judiciary Committee meeting, it was told to us.
Raise your hand.
Do you have any more in your report?
Since I missed the last meeting, I'm going to ask those that were there if there's anything else that I'm missing.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, can I
was in attendance at this meeting. I'm not a member of the Judiciary Committee, but I attended and I did request that the police department develop a budget for a dog catcher and that they establish a budget for equipment and push that on to budget and finance. So they're working on that. That's forthcoming. The other thing that we made a motion for was that the E911 program do a mass registration of all addresses in order to, with the U.S. Postal Service, in order to make sure that people are able to have legitimate addresses when they're doing ordering online. So those are two things. And then the other thing was when the prosecutors did their report, they did leave kind of upset that there was no resolution to them having access to Zipper. So.
Did she, sorry, can I ask her a question? In regards to the prosecutor and her report regarding Zucker, did she give an amount of cases that were being dismissed?
She didn't, we didn't ask, she wasn't present, it was her employee that was there.
Okay.
But, he did relay the information that those police reports still need work, that there's missing pieces to them.
If that's all, I need a motion to approve Michelle's report.
That's not.
Oh, I forgot, totals.
I was just gonna say what Cher said also, you know, with cause that day while we were discussing the animal, the dogs, there was actually someone that got bit while we were talking also. So we really need to, get this resolved, and there is a resolution that's in our email that they did hire someone,
That's an old resolution.
the old one.
Yeah.
So we need to get on board with everything, because, housing right now is trying to evict someone because they're saying that those are their dogs. Every house has about 6 dogs to it, so we don't even know who's, you know, we just need the dogs taken care of, so this
I'll
doesn't
attend your
happen.
next meeting to give a report on it.
Okay, in regards to her comment, Councilwoman Juan's comment about the dogs, the state of emergency that was signed by the president was done on April 27th of 2025. Since May of 2025, we have had 90 dog bites throughout the reservation. There was a fly out 2 weeks ago of a young woman in Rosebud that was mauled by dogs. So 90 dog bites since May of last year. Just wanted to give that update on the stats.
Mike?
Yeah, just information. I'm trying to keep up with all this conversation. Sheriff, when you said each department has its one module? No, and what does that mean? What is that? Is that access to the system or
Yes.
restricted access, or just how does that work?
Yeah. It's restricted access that pertains to their job functionality only.
Okay, so in a sense, it's kind of like a password then.
It's a login that only allows them to see what's necessary for them to do their
And
job.
they can only retrieve certain information that is authorized by that, what you call it, module.
By that module, yes. And if they attempt to print or look at anything, there's an audit trail on that system.
So why would the police department have a problem with it? I know you can't look at that, but I can imagine their only problem is they don't want sensitive information getting out.
Now, the module should take care of that. It does take care of that.
But the police department evidently isn't convinced.
I don't know. It sounds like they're butting heads.
Well, it sounds like it. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Are you ready for your report to be approved?
No, I haven't seen.
Oh, Sherry. You're up, so I thought you were.
I was just answering this question. Councilwoman, how many officers do we currently have? And is there any validity to the, concern that we had no officers on duty one day?
Right now, I believe there are 8 officers with 4 criminal investigators, which brings us to a total of 12 to cover the whole reservation. They were running 2 officers for 12 hours, 2 and 2. I've received reports from outside police departments that there was no officers on duty during that day, in which the chief and the captain did have to come in and patrol that day. The 2 officers that were scheduled to work that day were both called in. I've also received a report from Todd County Sheriff stating that he's more than willing to assist to hold people until LES can get there, and he's done that in the past, like previously. Recently, he has had to do that in the Mission Antelope area until an officer can get there because they're just so short-staffed. They can't be everywhere.
Is there any reason why? Is anybody coming forward saying why we don't have any officers?
Just personal reasons. Not really, I don't know, they're just all leaving. They don't want to work here.
Okay.
Lila. Mike. Oh, Mike and then Lila.
Yeah, comment that was just made by colleague over there is kind of what I heard also. I don't know if I can say it. It was the dependable source, but just the fact that I heard the comment, it's possible. So they're leaving for some reason. I think we should get to the bottom of it.
Is that it? Lila?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the arena that I think that we really need to have discussion on regarding the Bureau's trust responsibility. The way that I look at it, we're all maxed out. ACS maxed out, PD's maxed out, prosecutors, we're rebuilding. And it's really a time of growth, and it's a time of restructuring the judicial branch here and the court system. So, we have to extend out, and I really want us to hold the Bureau accountable. They have the money, and we're going to go rounds and rounds because it's about money. And it's real unfortunate because there's just, the manpower isn't there. And, it's sad because we don't pay our officers enough, and they don't have the health care. So, we were talking about that in judiciary one day, but, the Bureau has a huge responsibility here. And when I asked Madam Chair to follow up, I was thinking about, who are we going to contact out of area, Madam Chair, to come and address this body, or judiciary, but it'd be good if we can have them address this body. And we shouldn't have to be going through this, we shouldn't have to be, burning out people. It's like, gee, what did they expect? But that's their responsibility. And it's real frustrating because they're not even, this thing has been here, was it you, Michelle, that said the state emergency has been since 4/27? And look where we're at now. They haven't responded to us or even offered technical support. Are they going to bring us some officers? I'm sticking up for all our people who are in these positions. And, the court and the prosecutor's office. So we have to get on the same wavelength somehow. But I wanted to have the Bureau here. So if I can make a motion real quick, borrow a minute, to have the DOJ. DOJ. Yeah, to come to, it'd be okay if we bring them to this body? Yeah. To have them come and give us a report on how they're going to help us and assist us with
There's not a motion.
to assist us with more manpower and technical support. And I want them to try to allocate us some funding, that's what it's about. So that'll be my motion.
Second by Michelle. Any further discussion? If not, question by Coates. All in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Thank you.
Council, appreciate it.
Lila, before we finish your report, I just wanted to let you guys know that Pine Ridge filed a lawsuit against the BIA for the same reason. They mirrored that lawsuit after the lawsuit we did against IHS. And we are welcome to join them in that lawsuit or create our own. But that's everything that you're discussing right now is why they filed a lawsuit, because of lack of officers, lack of funding, a lack of responding to their requests. So they took the one that we filed against IHS and they filed against BIA for the same reason.
A while back, I did ask if you could check with the DOJ and see if they can come to council like quarterly or whatever to give us some updates and that we can ask questions. But I never did follow up with you to see where that stands. And then also just wondering what the time frame was when you reached out and did ask for support from them.
In October. Shortly after you guys made the motion, I do have a copy of a letter that I sent to Olivia Steve requesting. And then the freeze came, or whatever, when they froze
Shutdown?
funds,
Not the shutdown?
the shutdown.
Can you get a copy of your letter
Yeah.
as well?
I have you, Tammy. Is that it? Tammy?
I know I made a motion to have, the BIA come in and do a review of the, courthouse on their cases, some of their cases. And then when we did talk to Ray, Ray said that it would have to be, I think it was OJS to come in and do that review. And you said that you would take care of that.
There is a report that it was already requested prior to you coming on council. And they did do the report. It's supposed to be getting sent to me. It's gonna be backdated because that's how long it took them to do the report on the courthouse, but I will follow up and see and get that.
This one was
See
specifically
if I can get a copy of it for everyone.
for OJS to come in and to pull various cases and look at them to make sure that their rights to due process was followed.
Yeah, that's what that's what we requested when I was on council, is we requested that they do a review of both law enforcement services and the courts. And all of that all the questions you have right now are a part of that. And then it has their recommendations on what their findings were.
I'll bring this up in judiciary.
Yeah. Her request was recent. It wasn't that far back, I believe.
It was recent.
It was. We'll have to find out when it was.
Yeah, what I'm saying though, Michelle, is that we were told that we had to submit that request through the BIA, so it had been requested already. We were just waiting for the findings to come back to the tribe.
I thought we did get findings and everything was good. Everything was in good standing with the court. Yeah. We did get that report.
And so you're wanting another report?
She wants
I
a more
wanted one
thorough.
because there's a
You
lot
guys
of.
are out of order. Raise your hand.
So you'll have to make a request to BIA again. The body will have to make that request. And she just did, so when you're done, she can make it a motion. Here.
I'll bring it up in judiciary.
Sherry?
Councilwoman, you know, I'm really concerned about us being out of compliance with our contract. Do you have any concerns or issues with that? I know we are gonna have BIA here, but in all reality, they're our biggest competitor when it comes to job positions. A lot of people leave to go there. Do you have any, insight on our compliance of our 638 contract?
I believe that we are out of compliance because we don't have an officer. That's what the contract says.
Last year during this time, how many officers did we have? Prior to the new administration being brought on?
We were over 25, I think. It was a number that was up there.
We had 3 highway safety officers.
The highway
We let
safety
go of that.
program's gone. They didn't renew for it, so.
And now we can't apply for that for 5 years now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because they chose to let that go.
They chose not to.
Okay, what about the school resource officers? We had 2 of them. One that was paid for by St. Francis Indians.
They didn't apply for that grant either.
So the school resource officer that is in mission is with Todd County?
The Todd County Sheriff's Office sent a school resource officer to Todd County. St. Francis does not have the funds or a person to do that, but the chief does go there now and then, walks around and shows presence.
I'm gonna ask that you guys bring down the chief of police to answer these questions, because when we discuss what's going on in their departments, they should be here to respond. So I'm gonna get a message to AC to come back down here.
That's fine. Councilwoman.
I got you, Mike.
Do you, so 2 school resource officers, that contract got pulled. Now we have Todd County offering, Todd County Sheriff's Department offering school resource officer for the school, which means they only have civil jurisdiction over our students, so our officers still have to respond to any calls with the school, correct?
Yes. Can you
Okay.
and Emily.
So, what are the reasons behind letting those go?
You guys should be here to respond since it's your department.
The one for the highway safety was just because they said that it was,
Okay.
too much paperwork to have an
Right now?
officer patrol one road.
All right.
And it was taking their officer off the street,
Okay, we have the chief.
but he's on his way if he wants to answer. But that's what they reported to committee. That's what they told us, pretty much.
And as far as past compliance regarding the inventory, has that been corrected?
There was a corrective action plan, which I did inquire about recently because when there was a review done on the police department, as everybody is aware, they had some dings. And they did get a corrective action plan. They were supposed to,
1 minute.
That's, oh, finish. I'm done with my questions.
there was 3 issues, I believe. It was property. There was a lot of missing property and a lot of it was firearms, money, things like that. So then they had to have a corrective action plan as to how they were going to secure those items because there were so many firearms that were unaccounted for. I did ask about it in the January 2nd meeting, and I was told that they do have a corrective action plan. I didn't see it. They didn't report, but firearms, tasers, laptops, cameras, body cameras. They have a spreadsheet now. They're keeping track of any evidence. Officers are not allowed to carry their own personal firearms. Training. There was a couple officers that were below the 40 hours, but they did get their training done. The firearms training's been taken care of. Couple of instructors went to training for use of force. I guess those were the only 3 things that needed to be brought up. They didn't have a safe place to store forfeited items, money, things like that, so they were working on that as well. There have been no missing firearms since then. Property and Supply has a list of their firearms, and everything matches what they have in inventory so far.
1 minute.
As far as recruitment goes, they were reaching out to individuals trying to bring them back. They say that their pay scale is a problem. The pay scale is 15 years old. They can't compete with the BIA. The pay should be equivalent, but it's not. The chief has been discussing with the president and the treasurer to start increasing their wages. He did also say that he was going to be taking a proposal to the treasurer to see if that can, if they can match some outside pay wages as well. I don't know where they're at with that.
Those findings you're discussing were from the previous chief.
No, it's not. This is
No,
generous.
I just want to tell you that the last review that was done, it came when Bob was here and he had to respond to it, and so he did respond to them. So some of those responses are from Bob.
They are actually from that corrective action plan that they were given. They haven't had a review since then.
Sherry?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm sure you guys are getting tired of me. You just said something in, that they're saying retention issues are stemming from, pay. But last year we had over 20 officers. So I guess, what changed in pay from now to?
Nothing. That's just what they reported to committee as the reasons behind the lack of officers.
Mike? Oh, I'm sorry, Toltz and then Mike.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to request a waiver to the 5 second, to the 3 minute rule. And I request,
5 minutes.
I request the balance of my time, 5 hours. Anyway. Colleague chairs, here about, we're authorized for 20 positions.
25.
25. And so I assume that means we're funded for 25.
Yes.
Okay, and we have how many?
8.
8, okay. And they've all left for financial reasons.
So,
Well, yeah, so I mean, that's what we're referring to. And we don't have the wherewithal to shift funds around within that budget to increase wages.
I think they can, right?
So if we can do that, how can we claim we're short of, well, we can't match wages or compete wage-wise if we ain't got the officers, so we've got plenty of money, so why can't we just reshift funds?
That's a question for the chief. And I believe he's on his way.
Didn't the monitor
Well-
say they only had so much money?
I don't know, it's smacked, it's, I don't know, but, I don't know, there's something there that tells me that this is more than just about economics. The fact that we're down to just 8 officers, or whatever it is, and it's been this way for quite a while. Certainly, we ought to be able to solve the money problem if we've got the budget, Wayne will probably respond to that.
He's waiting for you to get done and he'll respond.
Okay, remember, I got 5 hours. Hold on, Wayne. Take it back. I'm done, thank you.
Mike, a lot of what's been going on with the budget, I was of the opinion that there should be a savings. But because we only have a few officers, a lot of them are working like 12, 14 hours a day, so the overtime is eating up any savings that we might have potentially had.
So might that be a motive here that
Yes,
is
and what
being abused?
What the chief is referring to when he talked to the committee about getting a request to me, I asked them that I need a budget now till the end of the year. It's going to cost to give their officers the kind of pay they need, the health insurance and stuff, till the end of the year. Give me that, and I'll take what money we have in their contracts and grants, see if we have enough. Not, then I'll come back here with a different.
But they can move money around.
Yes, they
within
can.
their budget.
Yes, they can.
To enhance salaries for,
Yes, they can.
right now, there's only 8. They could rearrange it to pay better wages to 15 officers, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And that's my point, what's so complicated about that? I mean, well, government bureaucracy, I understand, but my goodness, how long has this been going on and nobody's come up with a simple solution to the problem if it's all about wages. I suspect it's about more than just wages. And I hate to say that, but you can't rule anything out.
One thing that would really help us too in committees is if we were to have an attorney general. Because every time we have our committee meetings, when we had Lloyd Guy here, he would come right over and he would assist, no matter what committee it was, he would assist us with whatever we needed. We don't have that now. So we're just like left in limbo. So we really need to have an attorney general who's right here because, holy buckets, Eric's getting overloaded there. Are we still advertising for our attorney general?
Yeah. Yep, and there's still no applicants.
Maybe we should really focus on trying to recruit someone in that area because we really need them, especially to assist with our committees. Thank you.
It is a dire need.
Yeah.
Emily?
Sorry, I just wanted to add, in some of our other committees, when the recruitment retention kind of conversation came up, we had asked that we could expand how we advertise. I know right now we kind of do it through maybe Facebook or the radio or something, but a lot of the newer, younger type workers are using I don't even know what all of the things are called, but yeah. So I don't know if that's something that we can make a motion requesting that all of our open positions also get posted on Indeed and the like.
I have asked her to do that already because some of the
Do you know
positions
when it
have
will
been
happen? 'Cause I
open
don't
for so
think-
long.
I don't think
I
it's
have to
happened.
ask her. I'll have to ask her, Emily, but I did ask her that probably 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. And I think the discussion
Emily
was
has
also
floor.
for the HR to be expanded to absorb that type of stuff. I think that all of our programs could really use a recruitment retention type.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Indeed is the program that everyone is using now. The last one, if there's nothing else, I need a motion to approve Michelle's report.
Before you motion to approve, are they coming down here to answer questions or
Oh,
we're
yeah.
just approving it?
No, hold on. I'll call him again. I just got done talking to him while you were talking and he said he was on his way.
He answered.
I don't see you in the parking lot. Are you almost here? They have questions for you. Okay. All right, thank you. He's by Tribal Ranch. Jerry. Right. Oh, did you give it to Royal? Hold on, go first.
When I look at the Attorney General, that was supposed to be attorney for the Oyate. I think that's what Monto, when he was over there, I know he had tribal members come in and things that separation of powers and but when I look at the prosecutor's office, in the past, when Commissioner Matt Rappold, he was the chief prosecutor, and he went to OJS, and he presented a map of Pennington County and a map of Rosebud Sioux tribe. He was able to secure funding for 6 prosecutors at that time. And I think it either was one-time funding or it was the contract. I know Ken Ledoux may have that information there that he used to present to OJS for those prosecutors, because I think Rapid had 8 prosecutors and he was able to secure funding for 6 prosecutors here, because I think at that time they released people due to something in that law and order code, speedy trial or something like that. I remember people getting released. I don't know if we could look at that process, or if there's any templates of that, securing funding for prosecutors, or maybe a letter that was written at that time during that process of securing funding for our judicial system. I know it was there. I don't know if you were here at that time. There was funding for more prosecutors. I don't know how prosecutors are there now. Lola.
Sherry.
Thank you. I guess, Councilwoman, I'm really concerned about. It is correct what my colleague said, Councilman Bolts, about the contract and amending it. But that would only work for 1 year unless you amend the complete contract to reduce the police force down from 25 in order to keep those wages. So that's a concern to me. And it sounds like the amount of burnout from working 12 to 14-hour shifts is what's causing this lack of
proper police reporting for the prosecutor's office to be able to prosecute. So I think that council really needs to consider this, and I hope the BIA does come in and help us temporarily. But we do need some immediate action in response to this.
Lila?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're talking about the judicial branches, I feel that, there, all these administrators and all these teams who are working together with the court, with our prosecutor's office, with the police department, ACF, I don't know if it would include JDC, but we have to maybe spend a day or something, bring them in and have a day just for these departments. Because it is not all any one person's fault when things like this happen. These are really tough places to work. These in the judicial branch. And how are we going to support these programs? And I know they're all frustrated. And I know that, it's like we're locked in a little bitty room and there's no window. And yet we want to help each other. And this is how the government and the Bureau works when they give us a little bit money here, a little bit money there. We need to treat our administrators good. We need to assist them and help them and bring these solutions forward. Because I always feel like, we get so frustrated, but, we have to find solutions and reach out to these people like the bureaus. I made that motion. But if it would be good at some point if we can spend the day with this judicial branch. It's really been hard, really hard, and I feel for all of them because, there's this little bit money here, and look at the court just now got like $8,000, just pitiful. But how are we going to rely on each other? How are we going to be collaborative? How are we going to engage in our support system? And how are we going to bring those things? So when they tell us what's going on and what's wrong, that's our job, like to take it to a higher level. I know that this stuff all went to Washington. And did we get any kind of feedback from them? I don't know, Tammy, that was when you guys went, right? Yeah, so they took this to Washington. And who else? What else do we need to do to get more attention here? And that's a part of it. Somebody is gonna get hurt again. And these people go out and do things because they know we're shorthanded, and it is burnout, probably at its max. But, this contract belongs to the tribe, and we need to find solutions and ways and work with them. In the prosecutor's office, what do they need? We're rebuilding that department. So that's just my theory. Thank you.
Tammy, and then Lacey's here, so all the questions you have, you can ask him while he's here, your concerns.
Okay, I know we always bring up the prosecutor's office. I made a motion in judiciary that the public defenders come and report to us as well, because they have needs and they have wants, and they are also short funded. So, but this last meeting, I guess, the meeting that they were supposed to come to, they didn't come. But we need to hear from them too, because we don't hear their needs and wants. We hear everybody else's but theirs. That was all I wanted to say.
Lacey, you want to come up?
Public Defender's Office.
Some of the council have a lot of questions for you in regard to law enforcement officer, number of officers, meeting reports, etc. So now's your time to ask him those questions while he's here. He's the person that would be able to answer them. You had them, so ask him.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. How many officers do you currently have?
Can we go and fix that, so we're not discussing all this stuff?
I'll take us into exec if there's no objection. There's some things the public shouldn't hear. Especially when we talk about how low we are on officers.